All right, guys, we are live. Star Wars D6 Adventures Thursday Night Table. We haven't been together in 2 weeks. Sorry about that. I was feeling really not well last week. Had a bit of a sinus headache, migraine, and by the time I rolled out of bed, it was like 10:30, and I was like, I sort of missed the boys by a couple hours. So sorry about that, guys. Hopefully everybody's week was good. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, low energy room tonight. I can tell already. Real low energy. All right. When last we were together, you guys had been taken aboard Admiral Runalian's ship, which if you look over there in the top left, that's what his ship looked like. And you had been taken from Captain Gabbett by the Admiral's first mate, which was Karva Yash, the Twi'lek, because she had or needed information or skill set that Umben had, Professor Umben. And you guys went over to their ship and found out that he knew or thought he knew or was trying to get information together to find a Latinum throne called the Palsal de Mora throne, which to you guys was a sort of like a legendary item, and it is assessed at like $6 million. You know, that's what it's worth just for the latinum in it. But for a museum or a curator or something like that, it's worth about 30 million credits. And so he had been sort of searching for this for a while, and had gathered a lot of this information together. But he needed somebody else that was sort of their forte, and that was Umben. So he brought you guys in, said, hey, look, you know what, I need you to help. And Umben agreed, pretty much forced to agree, and the rest of you were like, all right, well, I guess we're here for the interim. And at that point, you guys were sort of like brought down to the ship area where they're going to basically try and find you guys busy work. When that took place, the slighted Captain Gabbett, who felt as though he had lost face amongst his crew because Karva Yash had gotten into a disagreement with him over you guys because he wanted to space you because he's that kind of a bastard. And she had basically overruled and basically grabbed him, shoved him against a wall, twisted his arm around, made him look pretty much like a pansy in front of his crew. So he wanted to restore his honor. And so in doing so, he decided to go ahead and attack the Admiral's ship. And you guys were down in the hangar bay area when this took place. There was a bit of a broadside battle between these two ships. Fighters were launched, people were shot at, and eventually the Admiral and Gabbett were able to come to a arrangement, parlay, if you will, in which the Admiral said, look, if you let go of this vendetta and not want to try and kill my first mate and destroy my ship, I'll cut you in on this this Latinum throne that I think I know right where it's at. Gabbett agreed to this, but his stipulation was that you guys would go in his ship. So you guys, Karva Yash, the Admiral, and about 4 or 5 of his hand-picked crew, as well as you guys, were transferred over to Gabbett's ship. You met his Shistavanen first mate, and boarded his ship and headed for the coordinates that Umben and the Admiral had come up with, which turned out to be in an area called the what was it? There was a strait of something or other. I can't remember, but it was a strait in a nebula area, and you guys had entered in. And what was unique about this nebula was that it had a lot of magnetic eddies and was a really big navigational hazard. You guys had entered in and were following towards the coordinates that you had gotten, and the ship was violently pulled off its course and was caught in a magnetic eddy. and you guys, what had happened is they had spent some time trying to course correct, couldn't. The navigator, looked back at the captain and went, "I'm sorry, sir, I've lost her." And the emergency red lights came on, a siren started, and we had gone to curtain. Does that sound about right, guys?
Yep.
All right, then. Any questions before we get started?
Who's the new guy?
The new guy is Trekka. I will leave it up to him to sort of explain himself.
Dun,
Well,
dun, dun.
have I already met them?
You've spent the last couple of hours, pretty much on the bridge with them, I suppose.
I guess I should introduce myself.
You don't have to if you want to. You can be the silent guy that never, always sleeps in his armor, never says anything, has no family,
He's the guy in the white suit.
Well, at least describe what he looks like his mannerisms, if nothing else.
Hang on, let me bring up his description. Oh. He, let's see.
Gerald
Yeah,
walks up to Gerald walks up to him and goes, "Hey, friend," and smacks him on the back.
Oh. Hi there. How you doing?
I haven't seen you.
Oh, name's Trek Carr. At your service.
Bless you.
Hmm?
What'd you say your name was again? I said Gesundheit. What'd you say your name was again?
Trek Carr.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought you was a sneezing. Trekka. Got it. What are you doing on this ship?
Well, it's a bit of a tale, but the short of it is, I'm kind of stuck here working for the captain.
You ain't one of them gall darn pirates, is you?
I wasn't at first, but funny how persuasive the ends of various blasters can be, isn't it?
Well, I don't know about that, but nice to meet you. I got a thing I gotta take care of. I gotta go see a man about a horse. And he walks off.
Nice to meet you, too. I'll have to ask him what a horse is at some point. So one of us is gone.
Pat.
I'm here. Pat's
Um,
out.
And Gerald will tap Rito on the shoulder and go, "Hey, you met that Trekker fella?"
He looks at you. Guta guta. No, I haven't. I'm just kind of like keeping a low profile. Guta guta.
Uh,
No. Guta guta. All right. Well. All right. We'll move ahead then. Wow. When we said low energy, we weren't fucking joking, were we?
I'm just, I kind of thought that would segue into him sort of introducing me around, but sometimes the energy just doesn't flow that way.
All right. Well, there are alarms going off. Everybody's on the bridge. The bridge is a bit. It's a larger bridge, a bit compact. A lot of consoles around. There's probably, I'd say, about 13 crew members working at various stations. The lights have gone to the reddish color, and there is a alarm in the background. Captain Gabbett looks over at Taffo. Get that damn alarm off now! And you see him walk over, point at another person, and the alarm goes off. All right, what seems to be the problem up here? Why can't we break free? And as you see this, you can actually see through the view screen in the front, the ship is starting to really start to kilter immediately to your right and swing around, the nebula moving in front of you. Immediately out of the viewport, you can see something that looks very similar to this. Off in the distance, and you don't see that planet in the background, this is just there for color. You see hulks and wrecks of dozens of ships moving about the magnetic eddies off of your bow or stern or whatever the hell you want to call it. And you guys are heading straight for it. And if they couldn't escape, you're probably not going to escape. What do you do? It's your scene, guys. Paint me a picture.
Okay.
Anybody. I don't give a shit. Somebody say something or we're going to call it.
I think we'd better get out of here. Where is the captain?
The captain is Gabbett. Right there.
Alright, well, I guess
I'll rush to a console and see what I can see what I can do.
All right. You rush over to a console. What kind of console are you looking for, or are you just walking over to the first one available?
The very first one available.
It's communications.
In a haze. All right. He punches up the communications and starts shouting, attention crew, tight spot. We're in a tight spot.
Excellent. There you go. You're off with that crew member, and he looks up at you horrified and like starts like slapping at your hands. Stop it!
And he goes, do something.
All right. Anybody else?
Dax is going to go over by the pilots and not oversee them, the bad choice of words, but pay attention to what they're doing and offer advice.
All right. You can head up there, take a round or two to kind of like ascertain what's going on. You walk towards the front, and there's sort of like a short step down, like about 3 steps down, and it goes into sort of like a recessed area near the deck area towards the front, and there are a number of consoles, and there are 2 people in sort of like reclining chairs in front of the control boards, and there's 2 pilots for this ship. All right, I'll come back to you. Meepers, you want to do anything? Is he even here?
Dropped off.
No, he dropped off.
All right. So bringing us back. Excellent. All right. At that point, Dax, why don't you go ahead and make a? And you're trying to figure out what they're doing with the ship. What exactly you're trying to do?
I'm watching them, and if I see that I feel they're going to make a mistake or something that's going to make us look like the rest of those ships out there, I'm going to say something.
Okay. In that case, why don't you make a piloting roll? Do you have capital ship piloting?
No, capital ship I do not.
All right. If not, then go ahead and go to your default, which I do believe is going to be mechanical.
Yes.
So go ahead and roll that for me, sir. Heading on back. Yeah, 11. It's meh. It's okay. They look like they're doing a decent job of it. One person's reaching over, and they seem to be communicating between the 2 of them pretty easy. It sounds as though they've got sort of a comfortable working relationship between the 2 of them. Tell me what you see.
All right, the 2 pilots are sitting next to each other, talking, saying, all right, bring it up on starboard side, a little more power on this side, and they're watching the view very carefully as to not hit any ship. While they're doing that, and since I feel that they are adequately handling this, I'm going to look around through the viewports to see if I can see what possibly could be causing problems for ships crashing out here.
Okay. Well, other than the magnetic eddies, which you were already made aware of, there's magnetic currents and stuff like that. So that'd almost be like, think about it as just sort of like a wade pool, where the current is pulling you in and you just can't escape because the current is strong. That's pretty much what you're looking at.
All right, I'm going to keep my eyes on that to make sure we don't get too close to one.
Well, you're already in one. That's what you're being pulled into. That's why all
right.
those ships are out there and why they couldn't escape. I mean, some of those ships have crashed into each other over time, and that's what the debris is from. There's some ships out there that are currently still intact, but you're assuming that there's nobody alive on any of those ships. No one's really kind of taking a look at the ships to even see how old they are or anything like that or what they are.
All right, I'm going to see if I can spot any of the ships.
All right. Excellent. Gonna walk towards the view screen, or you're gonna head over to like the sensor area. Tell me how you're gonna go about it.
Trying to think of what would give me the best chance.
A really good roll.
I'll take my chance at the sensors.
All right. So you kind of like look around. It doesn't take. You are familiar with the operations on the ship. All right. Maybe not so much a capital ship, but I mean, you get the idea of what the different stations are, and from the way the equipment looks, you see a station with a yellow Twi'lek behind the sensor screen. She has a green screen in front of her, kind of reflecting off of her yellow skin, giving her a bit of a pallid look. And she is looking at the view screen in front of her, her eyes really, really big, not even paying attention to the sensors.
Okay, I asked, so what are you looking at? What's the matter?
And she snaps out and she looks at her, I'm sorry, I don't know what to do. We're all gonna die.
All right, relax.
Ah!
Relax. You got to help out here. We got to make sure what's going on.
Does that actually really work in real life? I'm just curious.
I don't know.
I was gonna say it doesn't work for me.
Let's start off and see. Let's scan some of these ships, see what they are, see if any of them are newer ships that might have just been here, or if they're just old wrecks.
Go ahead and give me a command roll. See if you can help snap her out of it.
What would that be under? Because I definitely don't have command.
Perception. Not a bad roll. Happy with that?
I'll keep it at that.
14. Excellent. Make sure you keep track of your character points. Is everybody's character points correct on their tokens and stuff?
Mine is correct.
I guess so.
Yeah, yours is correct. Charles, yours is correct.
Yep.
Really? Role play it out. I'll give you a character point.
So he overhears her say, "We're all gonna die," and loses it completely. Is in a total panic. He's running around with all four arms flapping in the air, shouting, "We're all gonna die! We're gonna die! I tell you, we're gonna die!"
Go ahead and give yourself a character point for role playing. Anybody else going to do anything about that? I mean, you got a four-armed Jarl flipping his can. You don't know him. You could, it's really up to you. Whatever you want to do.
Dax is going to spin to him, and he's going to say, "Listen, you got to calm down because you're going to make the situation worse. You're going to flip out everybody else. This crew is not experienced enough to deal with this. Calm down."
I'd make a persuasion roll, and see if you can cool him down. That's also under perception. Be persuasive. Nope, that's a character point. Dun dun dun. Got a 9. Want to use that character point still? I would have let you use the first roll you had, the 4, if you'd wanted to.
All right, I'll use the first one.
All right, 13. You're able to sort of get him sort of calm down. But it does take you.
He leans in and goes, "Yeah, but what about the part where we're all gonna die?"
If you keep flipping out, we are. Stop. Relax. We'll get through this. We always do.
All right, and as it takes
ringing all four hands.
ringing all four hands. I love it. All right, that takes you a couple of rounds to do that. You had to step away from the station while you're doing that. You hear the Twi'lek woman. Her voice rings out, "Captain, I've got something on the sensors here. I'm not quite sure exactly what to make out of it. I have an energy signature, sir. And it's sporadic. What do you mean? What have you got?" And Jarrus walks over. A bit of a faux pas, seeing as it's not his ship and it's not his crew. See him walk over and stare over her shoulder at her. And he's like, "Did you turn over the gain on this? All right, bring it over to marker 112. No, bring up the frequency a little bit more." And Jagged is pissed, and you can see his back just sort of like get all tense up, and you can see that he's just about ready to say something, and then sort of bites down on his tongue. And Taffo looks at him, and he nods to him, and Taffo starts to move around. And as you see this, it looks like Taffo is trying to come up behind Jairus, and out of the corner of your eye, Jarl and Dax, you see Carva just like step out of nowhere right in front of the Shistavanen, and just kind of like staring him down, and they're like staring at each other. I mean, it looks like one of those Chinese standoffs. Don't make a sound. What do you do?
All right, Dax gets in between them. Not those two. They're dangerous.
Yeah, I
Between the
would not
captain
suggest
and-
you between those two.
Between the captain and the admiral, and I say, listen, guys, okay, we're in a tight spot. If we're going to fight, we're all going to die. We have to work together, be respectful of each other. Captain Jagged, we know this is your ship. We respect that, but we all have different expertise. Everybody needs to help.
You see Jairus sort of like stop, and he kind of like stands up and almost comes like at attention, like he completely forgot that he wasn't on his own ship, and it's almost like someone had doused him with cold water. You can see him stop and turn back and look at Gabbett, and Gabbett, I mean, his face is like turning purple. He is ticked, but biting his tongue, and you see Jairus look back over at Carva and Taffo like standing off against each other, and about that time you hear a creak and a moan, and the ship shakes, and it's sort of like he stops, and he looks back at Gabbett and he goes, "Captain, I'm sorry. I overstepped my authority on your ship. I ask for your, I apologize. I hope that you would accept that." Gabbett sort of looks at him for a couple of seconds, and you have absolutely no idea what's going to happen, and you can feel in the room the palpableness of imminent, violence. And Gabbett looks at him and goes, "Very well. Men make mistakes. Step down, Admiral." And he comes back up and stands next to Gabbett, and you see Carva and Taffo sort of like break off from one another, but never break their stares. And Gabbett looks over at the Twillick at the sensor station. "What do you have?" I've got a strange energy signature, sir. I'm looking into it right now. What do you want to do, Dax?
I walk past Jairus, and as I do, I mumble, "You better keep your word and fix my ship." And I walk over to the captain and I say, "Captain, permission to help your crew member with the sensors."
He looks at you. He's got a bit of a surprised look that he covers up very quickly, and his eyebrows like knit down real quick, and he like leans forward and gives you like a very curt nod.
And I go over to the Twi'lek and I try to see what's going on.
All right, excellent. Do you have sensors at all? Sensor ops?
Not for capital ships.
Well, no. I mean, sensor ops are going to be the same for either one.
Well, I was flying. Hold on a second. No, unfortunately, I do not.
All right, then that
Well,
defaults to
Charles sees what he's doing. I have got sensors. I'll jump in. I'm right there, right?
wherever you want to be, man. Narrate it out. Tell me what you see.
Yeah.
What's
Well,
happening.
I see him looking for a sensor console and like coming up short and realizing he doesn't have it.
Where it's at, though.
And I walk over. Well, you need some help with some sensors?
Yeah, help her figure out what's going on.
All right, then. Hello, little lady.
Hi. And she starts explaining to you what she's looked at, the energy signature, and so on and so forth. So go ahead. We're going to go ahead and make a combined task. What is your sensor ops?
2D plus 1.
All right. So not all that great, but it's okay. She's better, so she's going to make the roll, and you're going to help. All right. So go to dice, and she's got that much. You're going to give her plus 2D bonus. All right. She rolls really, really well. What she sees, Jarl, is that it appears as though not too far from your ship is a capital-sized ship. You don't recognize its construction or anything like that. You can tell from the sensor readings that she got, which was really good, by the way. that the ship has taken some impacts. It's got some structural integrity issues, but it does have a sporadic energy signature. And taking a look at that, you know that that is probably some type of proton explosive device that maybe has decayed or is in standby and has been on that derelict ship.
All right. He'll turn. I turn to Dax and go. Looks like we got us a booby trap on that derelict ship there, Captain.
Are you sure?
Some kind of proton energy signal.
All right, very good. Dax turns to the captain and says, Captain, with all due respect, that ship is booby-trapped, and it is the power on the proton is fluctuating.
Okay. At that point, Gabbett, his jaw kind of drops open, something he was not expecting. You hear another person off of another console yell out, Captain, we've got like 30 seconds or we're not going to be able to pull out of this, sir. What do you want to do? Gabbett looks at him, looks at Jarrus, and you see Gabbett go, is this going to maneuver? And Jarrus looks at him and goes, exactly what I was thinking. And you see both of them start moving forward. One of them goes over to a weapons console. The other one goes over to the area where the pilots are piloting the ship. And you see Jagged, or Captain Gabbett, walk over, and the man immediately gets out of the piloting station, and he sits down. He's doing a bunch of his hands just fly over the console, and he doesn't even look over his shoulder. He yells back at Jarrus, "I'm in position. Move it. Bring it up." And you see Jarrus is bringing up the weapons console. You're not really seeing exactly what's going on. You see that the the window that you're looking outside, I can't think of what the name of it is actually changes and pulls up, instead of seeing space, it pulls up a weapons or not a diagram, but a weapons what am I thinking? Not a schematic. I mean, it's actually like the weapon reticles are appearing on it.
Okay.
So
Combat interface?
Yes, the combat interface pulls up, and at that point, you see a small holographic map pop up in the piloting station between the two pilots, taking the place of not being able to see through the forward viewing area. You see that the weapons is actually coming around and towards the derelict, and you can see from the holographic display of how your guys' ship is coming in at a flat angle right next to this thing, and that your weapons are locking on it. You hear Jagged go, "All right, I'm almost in position," and another person in the background, "Captain, 10, 9, 8. Gabbett looks at it, yells over his shoulder at Jarrus, "It's going to be ugly. I don't have time. It's not a perfect shot. Get it off!" And you see him, Jarrus, lighting up the weapon station. You see multiple barrages coming off of the side of your ship in the holographic display, hitting the derelict ship. There are multiple explosions on the outside, and then there's a double detonation, and the screen goes blank, and the ship is shaken. The lights go out. There's some sparking off of consoles, and then a bit of quiet, and then you hear the snapping on of lights and systems as they're coming on one by one. Gabbett is yelling for a status report. Jarrus is yelling over at the sensors area, asking, "Do we have clear signal yet? Do you have anything?" "No, Admiral, I don't have anything yet." "Well, get on it. Make it happen." Anybody going to do anything, or we're just going to go ahead and move in the narrative?
I elbow Gerald to help her.
And Gerald goes, "What? I'm gonna do what?"
Yeah, there's not a whole lot. It either comes up or it doesn't come up. But I mean, that's what. All right. So at this point, her sensor console comes up. The rest of the lights come on, and I don't understand, Captain. The ship has moved off into the magnetic eddy. I don't understand. And you hear Jarrus and Gabbett. I mean, or you see Jarrus and Gabbett look at one another, and there's like almost an unspoken communication between them. And basically, he gets up from his spot, lets the pilot take over again, and Jarrus walks over, and it almost looks as though these two are like buddies and chums again, and they kind of like smile at each other and start to approach, and you almost see like they're getting ready to reach out for a handshake, and then Gabbett's face turns dark, and he like snaps his hand away, and Jarrus actually looks almost a bit hurt by it, and Gabbett turns away from him, giving him his back. All right, give me damage control and find out what's working on this ship and what's not. Helm, what is our position and are we back on course? Aye, Captain, I'm on it. And that is our scene, guys. You want to add to it? Nope.
I don't have anything to contribute to that.
All right, excellent. All right, basically what's going to happen is we're going to go ahead and move ahead in the narrative. It probably takes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to get sort of a damage assessment on what's going on in the ship. You guys pretty much just kind of like stay out of the way as best you can, offer up what help you can as you're able. But apparently what has taken place is this was an old maneuver that Gabbett and Jarrus had come up with at some time in their past, where they used the detonation of another ship to push their ship back on course.
All right.
And that is what they have done, which sort of gives you guys the idea that these guys have got a great deal more history together other than just, they're both captains and one is currently the admiral of this pirate group. That perhaps they have a much deeper history, especially when, they're getting ready to shake hands there in a moment of emotion, and then that got shut down. All right. So the ship got minor damage. They're able to send out damage crews to take care of that stuff. Umben is over at the navigation area speaking with that person. You see that, wow, Pat is really having a bad time tonight.
Yep.
That's too bad. All right, so, and he's back. So, Jarrus walks over to the station, and you see that they're talking a little bit behind the navigation person. Gabbett is pretty much, getting his crew together, getting damage crews together, assessing threat level, figuring out what needs to be repaired first, and so on. Anybody going to do anything to add to this narration at all, or are we going to go ahead and move ahead?
I can't think of anything.
I got nothing.
All right, excellent. All right, I'm going to say that Poopy, Dax, you're in a position sort of out of the way. You sort of just catch a little bit of what's going on with Jarrus, Umben, and the navigation officer. And they're talking about the coordinates and how long they believe it's going to take to navigate the eddies in a safe manner, or safer than what they have been doing. And you come up with something like 3 days travel time.
Wow.
So do with that what you will, sir.
And it sounds rational to me that that's the best course of action.
Okay. All right, guys, we have 3 days to kill, and is there anything that your characters want to do? Is there a scene that you want to interject? Any of the characters, I mean, if you guys want to throw in a role-playing opportunity here, by all means, this will be the opportunity to do it. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and move to the next scene.
Gerald's gonna find Tricka in the mess hall, or just somewhere around normal mundane setting.
Okay. I don't care. I tell you what. Tricka. Where do you guys meet? Where do you guys bump into each other? And don't tell me the library.
I suppose the mess hall's as good a place as any.
All right. Eventually, you're gonna have to come up with your own ideas. But okay, you guys are in the mess hall.
So I bump into him in the mess hall, and I see him like take his tray or whatever and go sit down. And I waddle over there, push a couple people out of the way by saying, excuse me, and just sort of sandwich my folds and everything down in there in a tight little compartment. It's Trekka, right?
I look up and go, yeah, it's you can just call me Trek if you want. How have you been?
And he points at his tray and goes, you gonna eat that?
I was thinking about it, but if you want some.
Oh, thank you. And I reach over with my hand, grab a huge scoop of it, and just sort of jam it into my gullet, throw my head back, and waddle it.
Yeah, just like a bird. No.
Yep, excuse me, one second. I go, yeah, you might not want to eat that. It's not very tasty. So where are we going? You know anything about what's going on? What you heard?
All I've heard is there's some fuss over a new group of people. The captain wanted to space them, and the admiral intervened. I take it you're one of them?
Yeah, yeah. Jarl's the name. And I wave Meepers over. Hey, Meepers! Meep!
Yep. He's over. He appears to be off arguing with a cook, unless he's here. Is Pat here?
Yes, I'm currently here. Let's see how long that lasts.
Excellent. All right, you can take over your character. You guys are currently in the mess hall. Jarl's there speaking with what appears to be another human, and he's like motioning to you from across the cafeteria.
I pick up my tray of food and I snatch up a couple extra pieces of food and then head over towards the table where he is. I give Jarl a nod and push the extra food towards him.
Excellent. All right. In fact, you know what, Meepers, they have a special side dish. I'm sorry, a special dessert that Celestins really, really like. If you can come up with a name for it and a description, I'll give you a character point.
A name for it and a description of it. It's called It's called Solstian Mud, and it kind of looks like a chocolate pudding crumble cake, and it's kind of gravelly and earthy smelling, and it's semi-sweet. Semi-sweet.
All right. Is there anything unique about it?
Yeah, it's made with these special fungi or from the Solstin home planet that's only found in their deep caves.
Okay, so it's sort of like a fungus pudding crumble thing. It's got a real earthy flavor, sort of semi-sweet.
Yep.
All right, that's what they're serving for dessert.
I take
that's what Jarl ate off his plate earlier and said wasn't that good. Might want to avoid that.
There you go. Excellent, guys.
And he'll push his over towards Meepers. Here, you can have my tray. Hey, meet Trekka.
I look at Trekka and hi, Meeper. How are you doing, Meepers?
Hold on, is he saying this to me in Celestin?
Yes, he is. He does not speak Galactic Basic. He understands Galactic Basic.
I'll just.
How about this? Do you want to know how to speak Celestin, or are you gonna be like, maybe not so much for my character?
I think there's a lot of role play opportunity to be had with a language barrier.
Excellent. Role play it out. It will be rewarded.
Well, I'm going to assume that was a polite greeting, and I'll give you one in kind.
No, don't say it. Do it.
That's what I'm doing.
No, you're describing what you're doing, not doing it.
That's what he says.
Oh, excellent. Sorry. Do apologize. My fault. All right. Meepers, back to you. Jarl, back to you.
Yeah, this short one over here, he's one of the one of my compatriots. We was about to be spaced before we got over here.
Ah.
And by name of Meep.
Yep,
What?
and Trinka, you are familiar with Captain Gabbitt's culling of people that they do take hostage
Yes.
or stuff of that nature. So you are familiar with the spacing of Captain Gabbett.
So
Yes, I am.
ways I figure we're about 2 days out. Travel. Uh, where are we going? What are we doing?
I guess we're going to wherever the money is.
Oh, is that right? Salvage operation? Because I
Well,
know a thing or two about salvage.
Yep. Hey, Trekka, probably. I mean, do you think that the captain would have announced this to the crew, or do you think it's something that he would have kept closer to like command staff and stuff like that?
well, it is tempting to say he would keep it close to the chest, but kind of the way captains and the like kept their crew in line was they made them money in
Mm-hmm.
some way or another.
All right, so you think he's probably told them that they've got a $6 to $30 million payday out here, and that they'll have appropriate shares from that.
Yeah,
All right, so basically the crew is energized at this point, then, right?
right.
Morale is high. People are being efficient. People are going about being extra good about their jobs and stuff like that.
Marching around with big old grins.
Excellent. All right.
It's like paranoia.
Yeah. The computer is your friend.
Well,
All right.
Gerald looks at Trick and goes, well, actually, first he looks at me and goes, you think I ought to share with this fella who we are and what we're about? He looks trustworthy.
Sure, go ahead, Meepers.
All right, then. Hey, I don't want to brag or nothing, but we're with the rebellion.
Oh, really?
You look like you're pretty good with a blaster. You've been on a pirate ship. Maybe you ought to join us up.
I might consider it.
Because
I'll
we
try
were
not
on
to
a
get-
mission over there with that professor fella
Ah,
that they brought on board.
I
And,
see.
long story, we lost our ship and everything else. We just need to find us a way back. So we report back to the rebellion. Can you want to help us out with that?
Sure. In fact,
No. Trekka, keep in mind that you do have a vow to Captain Gabbett, but you also lost your ship as well.
yeah. I'm kind of in a. I kind of have a vow going on with the captain, but I do know what you're talking about. I lost a fine ship too. That's how I ended up here, in fact. It was a really nice YT 2400. I called it the Razor Claw.
Yeah, I lost my ship too. It's called the Lazy Jawa. Salvage a ship.
Ah,
Pulled out right out from underneath me. Right out from underneath me. Why? So I know why we weren't pushed out an airlock. Why? How did you manage to escape that?
well, as they were busy tearing my ship apart, and considering spacing me, I'll admit, there was a rather interesting situation involving an attempted boarding and a coup.
You don't say. You don't say.
But these
Yeah.
pirates, they seem like such a happy band of people.
Who'd have thunk it? Pirates taking out the captain.
Well, my grandpappy had a saying: people on the same boat ought to oar together, ought to row together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Matter of fact, I don't know if this was the kindness of my heart or my upbringing, but I looked to the closest people that looked like they were in trouble and helped hide them out. Turned out one of them was the captain. And long story short, it let him get his wits about him and maintain order of the ship, and he decided to spare my life.
All right, so then you're sort of kind of like part of the crew then. you're not really being forced to work with a crew like we had discussed before, but you're actually pretty much considered part of the crew, and you're looking for an opportunity to get out of here.
Yeah. I guess that's a better way to describe it.
All right, excellent. Give each of I'm sorry, Jarl and Trekka, go ahead and give each of you guys 1 character point for role playing that out.
Thanks.
Yep. Now, of the information that is freely available to you guys from Ship Scuttlebutt, is that there is a Latinum throne on a planet that they're going to try and procure. That is all they know about it. That once they get this item and get it sold, that everybody will get their own their ship, or sorry, their crew bonus and stuff like that from there. People are very happy about that, and that's pretty much all the information that is readily available just as scuttlebutt. You do know that you are approximately 2 days out from the coordinates that Umben and Jarrus came up with from the different notes and stuff like that they had gone over together. So,
are they allowing Umben to move freely around the ship, or what's the situation with
I would
Umben?
say that they probably are, but I think that Umben is probably going to be staying close to either Carva or Jarrus, only because they're on Gabbett's ship, and other than his word, there's nothing to keep him from taking Umben and killing everybody else.
Well, I would want to say this. I don't know if we want to put this in the narration or not, but Jarl wants to see if he can get Meep and Dax or anybody else to kind of get Umben off to the side and see if we can disable his shock collar, but still make it look like it's working, so they can't just...
I thought they took that off.
Yeah, they've taken that off.
Oh, I thought they took all of our shock collars on and left them on him.
I'm sorry, didn't
No, you rescinded, and none of us had the shock collar but Umben, but he talked them out of taking it off because there was nowhere for him to run anyway.
Yeah, I remember that. I think you said you forgot where you were going to go with that.
Yeah, I think I just retconned it, and then we narrated out you not having the collar anymore.
Yeah.
Right, but I thought Umben still had the collar on.
No,
I remember.
Never
I
mind
remember
that.
he was with the admiral, and he went, "Do I really need this collar? I mean, where am I going to go?"
Oh, okay.
And he said something about it constricting his breathing or something.
Yeah.
That's right. Now I remember. Okay. Never mind. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Don.
Nope, that's quite all right. All right, guys. Anything that anybody wants to add or have an interlude for, or something that they're specifically trying to do over the next 2 days? Otherwise, we're going to move ahead.
Well, Dax is on the bridge still.
Sure.
He walks past Captain Gabbett. He says, "That was the most impressive move. I'm quite impressed, and you got my respect. One hell of a ship you got here, too." And then,
He sort of blusters at that. Whoa, thank you. Very good ship.
excellent ship. I'm very impressed. And then I'm going to try to spend some of the voyage, well, a couple days or whatever. I'm going to be staying by the pilots, out of the way, of course, but paying attention to what's going on.
All right, so you're going to be trying to hang out in the bridge area.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And I'll keep throwing compliments to the captain every now and then when it fits.
Excellent. All right. You do know that the name of the ship is Time Enough.
Time enough?
Yeah, Time Enough
Okay.
is the name of the ship that you guys are currently on. And just in case you're curious, Jarrus' ship is called Fedora's Home. Not really sure what the deal is on those names, but that's the names of the ship. So that's what you're going to do for the next couple of days. Excellent. All right, anybody else?
Meep is going to be checking out the boat bays or the hangar bays and see if there's any other hyper-capable units on this ship.
Okay.
Like a Lambda-class shuttle or something like that.
Excellent. All right, anyone else?
I guess I'm going to practice my marksmanship.
Okay. Yeah, you can. I mean, you like rifle marksmanship or
Um, no, just shooting at cans, things things he probably would have done when he got bored on his back home.
okay. Can you narrate up how you're gonna do that on the ship? Just
Hmm.
narrate out a scene for me.
Well,
You know,
he
where approximately are you? What does it look like? Are there other people there? Are there other people doing the same thing? Do you get into a shooting contest? Just narrate out a scene for me, beginning to end.
all right.
This is your opportunity to add to the story. No rules. Just go ahead and narrate it out.
All right, then I guess I'll just collect some of the old cans that they use from the mess hall,
hmm
and start putting them up in the back, and someone will probably see me doing it.
Okay, whereabouts are you? Are you in a cargo hold? Are you in a
Uh,
landing bay? Is there a specific area for this that's on the ship?
Nothing official, but we're just kind of doing it in the cargo hold.
Okay.
I'll see him, and I'll see the guy that sees me and say, "Go get the others. We're doing the contest again."
All right, so there's sort of like a little impromptu shooting gallery kind of thing where people like lay bets and will test their skill.
Yeah,
Excellent. All right, keep going.
and I'll add. Don't forget to bring the booze this time.
Okay.
And he'll show up with some friends. They'll show up with some drinks, and the gist of it is they take bets to see how many cans they can knock down in how many shots, and the winner gets a drink.
Excellent. Just what I thought was awesome, man. Firearms and alcohol.
Oh yeah, that's the perfect childhood right there.
Excellent. Yep, that and firecrackers that can blow off fingers. All right. That is your scene. Fantastic job. Anything else happen? Is there an argument? Does something special happen or anything like that?
Um,
Are you particularly close to any of these people? Do you have a relationship with any of them? Do you have a rivalry with anybody?
I think I might have a playful rivalry with a with one of the Twi'lek girls.
All right. There happens to be a Twi'lek girl down there. What color is she?
That's a bit racist.
No, it isn't. They're like I've seen red ones, green ones, blue ones, yellow ones.
Purple with yellow polka dots.
About teal.
Teal, so she's a bright blue. All right, good enough. All right, so that is your scene, sir. Go ahead and give yourself a character point for your interlude. Do appreciate it. Anybody else want their interlude, or do I just go ahead and move on to Meeps and Dex? Good enough. Moving on to Meeps. Meep, you are spending couple of hours down near the landing bay area, sort of just kind of like taking a look at ships and stuff of that nature. Did I lose Meeps?
Yeah, he's gone again.
Meeps is
All right.
right.
Yep. Going back to Dax then. Dax, you spend the next couple of days up on the bridge. Ubben is up there. He is never alone. Carva or Jairus is always with him. The Gabbett seems as though he's a bit still like he's mad at Carva, but he doesn't go out of his way to like have her lose face, but you can definitely tell in his demeanor that he despises her.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's sort of an interesting dynamic going on. I mean, you kind of get the idea that Gabbett, that he is more than just a pirate thug captain. I mean, he's definitely got some skills. When you ask him, or when there is a brief time, you do get a chance to ask him about the maneuver that that they used Jarrus and Gabbett.
Uh,
And pretty much all you get out of it from him was that they were aboard a ship and were caught in a situation real similar to this, and that they had shot out a double salvo of proton torpedoes, and then had detonated those at close range to their ship to push them back into the orbit that they needed to. Actually, I guess they were above a planet, and their angle of descent was deteriorating, and they had lost engine power, so they'd used this maneuver to kick themselves back into a higher orbit. When you press him as to when that was or anything, like what planet it was, how long ago or anything like that, he pretty much just clams up.
okay.
All right. Seeing as you are spending time up on the bridge, I've kind of like painted the scene for you, and that doesn't really change. There's the same crew members come up. They're rotated out with morning and evening shifts. I've told you about the captain. I told you about the atmosphere between Carva and Gabbett, between Carva and Tatho, and Ubben always having either Kara or Jarrus with him. In the next couple of days, is there something interesting that you want to narrate out happening? I mean, I'll give you the same opportunity that I gave to Trekka.
I'm going to be spending as much time as possible around with Gabbett and chatting with him to get on his good side.
Okay.
I've been bringing up my past piracy days. Not that I was forced to do it. I leave that out of it. But I was one of the boys that once upon a time, before I owned my own ship and started doing my own thing, and basically that's what's going to be going on.
Okay, I didn't realize you had a pirate background.
The Black Sun, remember?
That's no, I didn't until you reminded me. But there you go. All right. So when you mention Black Sun, his ears kind of perk up, and he sort of pumps you for information. Why don't you go ahead and make a single persuasion roll for the 2 days that you're trying to butter up Jagged, and see what happens. Let's see how successful that is.
Persuasion is perception, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
I lose you, New York Dave?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
I can now.
Sorry, hit the button.
Pick out, son.
Would it be more persuasion, or can I be like more conning him?
Well, the way you described it to me seemed more persuasive. It didn't sound like you're lying about your background. Or
I wasn't lying. I was just leaving stuff out.
Yeah, you weren't spinning a tale. You were being selective about true statements. Oosh, you spent that character point. 13. Okay. After 2 days of gabbing it up with him, he asks you questions, some of which you answer, some of them you don't. He seems to catch you in those, though he seems to he never calls you out on it. And it's almost like a bit of a cat and mouse game of information between the two of you. After 2 days of this, you really don't have anything much more than just surface information. And though he is respectful to you, he has still got that professional detachment.
Well, as long as I got his respect, mission accomplished.
All right, excellent. All right, Pat is not back yet, so we're going to go ahead and move ahead. All right, 3 days later, the nebula starts changing color. It gets less thick, and about that time, all of you are up on the bridge. You have, Jarrus is there, Ubben's there, Carva's there, all the main players. If you guys go ahead and go down to page 2.
How do I just scroll down?
Scroll down.
Better bring Trek along, or do I just leave him here?
You can take him or leave him.
Well, I made him.
No, I made him.
George Lucas made him, then he sold him to us.
Indeed. What a bastard. All right, so on the forward viewing screen, that is the planet that you see in front of you, and you believe that you have arrived at your destination. And yes, it does look like that.
I got a bad feeling about this.
It looks kind of picturesque, doesn't it?
Sorry about that. I just my browser just went.
I see.
All right, so that's what you guys see outside of your view screen on the top of the. I'm sorry, from your ship. At this point, Ubben and Jarrus. God damn it! Stupid browser. Yeah, there we go. Are talking. Jagged is giving commands. They're bringing the ship into an orbit. It is something that they can't do an automatic insertion or anything like that because of all the excessive debris. And the far side of the planet appears to have been obliterated somehow. And so there's a lot of terrestrial debris in orbit at very strange angles and off speeds and stuff like that. So it takes a very deft hand to keep the ship out of danger. All right, so that's your scene, guys. What do you want to do with it?
Looks like there was a battle here, or some sort of catastrophe.
All right, so Dax approaches the captain and says, "All right, Captain, what's our plan?"
He stops and looks back at Jarrus and Ubben. Well, these are the coordinates. This is the planet this throne you say is on. Hardly looks like it's a planet that can sustain life, let alone have a throne. Ubben seems to be like low. I only looked up the information. Low.
Jarl saddles up to Ubben, sort of leans in and whispers, "You sure about this, Professor?"
Can I
you?
interject?
I don't know. Are you actually going to play him this time?
Yeah, I was thinking of walking up to the...
Go ahead.
Captain, I mean no disrespect, but if we're just looking for an artifact, it wouldn't really need life support. There's probably something left behind in an evacuation.
Do you guys have any idea where this is on it? A planet is a pretty large place for something as small as a throne. Do you guys have any other information about the civilization that was here or anything about this catastrophe? Is anything like that in your guys' documentation?
In mine, no.
Well, I mean, you've had plenty of time to go through the majority of the information that Jarrus has acquired over the last several years. So, was there anything documented about a catastrophe?
Well, this is the first time hearing of it.
All right, so it's not something that was documented in any of the information that you've had.
Me, probably not.
Well, no, I'm asking Ubben.
Oh.
Because you've been playing the character, so I mean, I'm giving you an opportunity to go ahead and add to the narrative again if you'd like.
Can't remember them. I think he.
No, I didn't give you a whole lot of information about it on purpose. So I mean, you get to make stuff up if you like.
While he's thinking, can I just ask a question? What exactly is the throne supposed to be? Do we know?
Yeah.
Well, a throne is a fancy chair.
Thanks.
The basically the throne is what's called the Palsal Demora throne. It is a large throne, supposedly made of 100% pure latinum, a rare and precious metal. It, there's a lot of different rumors about it. The first time that it appeared in written, or someone had talked about it, was close to 300 years ago. Is the first recorded incidence of information appearing about, or the rumor of it coming up, and that is it. That's pretty much all you know about it, other than it's worth a lot of money. The admiral believes it's worth between 6 and 30 million credits.
And Ubben's information was from a Jedi?
Well, that's an interesting question. Basically, what had happened is the last couple of years, Jarrus has been collecting what information he could about this throne. Some of it came from written documentation, some from data crystals. Where he originally found out about it, he never really did explain. And Ubben, when you were going through the documentation and stuff like that, you did find a reference to the Bendu Jedi, and you believe that the Bendu Jedi may have in fact visited this planet at some time, and that is your area of expertise. That's your area of knowledge, is the Bendu Jedi, and that is a new piece of information that you did not have before.
Okay.
So we'll say that some of the documentation that you had found, and I mean, I'll leave it up to you to describe exactly what that was somehow you figured out that it was directly related to a Bendu Jedi. So if you want to try and figure out how that all comes together, you can narrate that out.
All right. And this is going to be him saying it aloud, right?
If you'd like.
Right. The diary I looked through referenced seeing the throne on this planet before a great battle took place. This was from a time where the Jedi were much more fractured than what they would eventually become. Perhaps this was a war between two disagreeing factions.
I like it. Well, there you go. And the diary that you have is, it has pages ripped out of it, and it is water damaged, so that the majority of it can't even be read.
Okay.
You do notice, and this is something you can share with others if you want, but the cataclysm on this planet is directly referred to as something called the cloak.
Okay. The only thing that hints is in all the diary is very damaged. The only hint that I could find is a reference to an event referred to only as the cloak.
Low. All right. Those people. Let's see. Who has been pretty much. You guys know what you're looking for. Those people are working for the rebellion, correct? The Alliance. Jarl and Dax.
Yes, we do now.
And Meeps. Well, no. I mean, this has been sort of the whole overarching thing. I do believe that the intelligence officer had told you previously that some notes that you had pulled off from the datapad from Inquisitor Shearloke's datapad had referenced something called the cloak that the Commander Wilcrit, when you guys were getting information about him and his family diary, something in there had been referenced as the plan, or the the chicken is in the hen house kind of thing, and that all of this is pointing towards some type of information concerning the Bendu Jedi and something called the cloak, and that this all somehow ties back to Inquisitor Sheerloak and possibly Darth Vader.
Okay. Now I just want to make sure I have this straight, so I apologize.
Yep, and yes, the Sith were around 300 years ago.
Okay. Well, that's over with. He came up with something. The pirates are after the throne, which Umben happened to know about or had the reference material to. But our mission is not about the throne. Our mission is about the cloak.
Correct. And
Okay.
nobody knows what the cloak refers to. It could be a place, it could be an item, it could be a weapon. It may be a philosophy. It could be a power. You're not really sure yet.
Could just be some kid on a forum site trolling people.
Mm-hmm. And he's out again. I have told him to call up Mediacom and just go, look, you know what? Fix it. And I don't know if he's done it yet or not. But all I know is, I mean, if I was having the
Don,
his internet.
Don, you're cutting out.
How about now?
Now
Is
you're
it
good.
better now? All right,
Yeah.
excellent. Well, no, I was just commenting about Pat. It's really unfortunate about him and his internet. I keep telling him to call up Mediacom and tell them to fix their shit. And I've been telling him that for a week, and I doubt he's probably done it yet. All I know is if I was having internet problems as bad as he is, I'd be hip deep in their shit. Fix
You know
it.
what? It's got to be bad too, because like I can understand if we were playing a game like WoW or the Old Republic or something and it interferes, but this is just Google Hangouts. I mean, how much,
Yeah, how much is it going to take? And he's got a fairly decent computer too, so and there's another thing that could be happening. I mean, he might have a bad Ethernet card. He may have.
His settings could have just got fucked up.
Well, I was thinking, he may have picked up some malware that is intermittently tossing him off as well.
Well, then he should download Malwarebytes.
I told him about it. I don't know if he has or has not.
Can't beat that, and it's free.
Yes, it is free. The only problem with Malwarebytes, though, is that it usually works and works well, but there are times where if you haven't updated your files, or if you try to use it after you've got the infection, it won't work. But if you have it already installed on your computer, more times than not, you can get it to work. All right, back to Star Wars then, guys. All right, so that's your information. That is your scene. You guys are on the bridge. Jarl, Dax, Trekka, Umben, and Rito is surprisingly absent. Hello?
School's over, so he's got no excuse.
He really has no excuse not to be here tonight, and I'm going to have a discussion with him about it.
All right, so this is a rare metal. Would the sensors be able to pick it up?
Quite possibly if but I mean, it's a big planet. It will take time.
I'm gonna make a suggestion to the captain.
Go for it.
Respectfully, Captain, respectfully, I might suggest that we maybe do a sensor scan from here. Try to narrow it down, the bands of the scanner, see if we can locate the rare metal from here, and then if not, maybe we'll try to take a shuttle down and get a closer look and do our scans that way.
Excellent. Have you done this sort of thing before?
Not looking for a specific metal, but yes, I have shuttled, missions, if you will, down to planets, scanning for stuff in, tight atmospheres.
He kind of like stops and he like 2 heartbeats, and he has a bit of a smile on his face. I was asking about the sensors.
Oh, well, that would be my boy over there. He's the one that plays with the sensors, and he's quite good at it.
No, he's not. He sucks ass at it.
Actually, you know what? I would, to be honest with you, I would suggest Meeps, because he does my scans, but he's not here.
Yeah, he's MIA, and so he gets no screen time. He gets no love from the game master if he's not here.
So I would have to default to Joel.
Yep. Well, I mean, you can default, Dax.
Well, my skills are not that good. Not,
You don't have sensor ops, but it defaults back to your mech, which is 3D plus 2.
no, just 3D.
Sorry, I just looked at your character. Isn't your mech 3D plus 2?
Oh, I apologize. You're right. Damn, I was rolling wrong before. Shit, I'm a dick.
No?
I tell him, yeah, I've dabbled in it. I'm by far no expert, but I have done it before.
All right, excellent. All right, you can wander over there and help out if you want. Anybody else? Anything you want to add or interject to the narrative, guys, to the scene?
I'm going to ask the captain something. Should I scramble the away teams, Captain?
Beat me down, Scotty.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm sorry, it's not Star Trek.
Well, what
Just
else
for the
would you
record,
call them?
I am not wearing a red shirt.
Yeah, you get a maroon shirt,
Dang it!
or even better, yours is going to be ruby. It won't be red; it'll be ruby. You can wear a ruby shirt.
It's crimson.
Crimson.
Not red.
It's not red. The Gabbett looks at you and just gives you a curt shake of the head and doesn't say anything.
Alright, then I just bow and retreat backwards.
All right. Anybody else? We're going to move ahead in the narrative. We're moving ahead then. All right then. Dax, you're over with the yellow Twi'lek. She is yellow, right? She was yellow?
Yeah, she was yellow.
Oh, yeah, she's yellow. She's yeller.
She's
And,
yellow, but she's cute.
Yeah, she is very cute. You can narrate out the scene if you want. It's really kind of up to you. But basically, what's going to happen is you guys are going to sit down. You're going to make a combined action roll. And I am going to have you guys make a series of 3 rolls. And it is going to take several hours to go ahead and get through this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow you to direct your scene how you'd like, and then we're going to roll the dice at the end and see what happens.
Okay. So Dax goes next to her and he says, all right, sweetheart, here's what we're going to do. Kind of a little flirty with her like a dashing, handsome captain would be.
Excellent.
Sensors is your thing, and I respect that. But I've dabbled with it, and I know some things that you might not know. We're going to have to narrow down. First, we got to compensate for the atmosphere because we don't want that interfering with any of our senses. So we got to figure out what that is, and then we're going to search for this metal in a scan on the remains of what the planet is, and we're going to try to narrow it down to at least an area that may show the readings of this material being down there.
Excellent. Yeah, she understands it, and she is all about, she's not real confident type person.
Well, I'm leaning over her and helping push buttons and stuff, and in a flirty manner to try to, get the giddy schoolgirl thing where she's, oh, I want to impress this guy, so she's going to try hard.
Excellent. Let's go with flirty. Let's go with persuasion, seeing as we don't have sex appeal.
Oh, fuck, man, you're making me use all my character points. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Dude, I nail her. I take her in the back room and I'm banging.
Oh my god, I loot the body, he said. Okay. You know what? With a roll like that, you guys do hit it off quite well. You do have a job to get done. You do have to have a certain level of, and you don't want to say professionalism, but it is definite definitely apparent between the two of you non-verbally that there's an attraction there.
So later on, you can loot her brains out.
Right. Yeah. So
You know
I mean,
what? It was
you can
worth the
definitely.
character point.
So anyhow, keep that in mind for a interlude later if you want
Okay.
to narrate that
Will
out.
do.
You can actually use that in your narration for this if you want. Yeah, Pat is. Yeah, again, sorry. Yep. So I don't know if Pat's done for the night or not. He just texted me. All right. So moving ahead. All right. Anything special happen in this couple of hours that you guys are doing the flirty business thing?
Off the top of my head right this second, I can't think of anything special other than the fact that we've already covered the bonding going on, and
Is there any accidental hand touching?
oh, absolutely. There's
Do you
brushing
get
up
any
again.
side boob?
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
get side boob.
okay. And what is she wearing, sir?
Remember the Twi'lek and Jet? No, I'm kidding. She would have a space pirates.
All right, so
Whatever the
she's
hell they
not
wear.
really showing. She's not wearing a one-piece bodysuit.
No,
with
but whatever she is wearing is very tight.
Ah, excellent.
And accenting features.
See, I thought for sure you were going to go for the Leia slave suit.
That's not realistic, though. As nice as it would be.
You never know. She might have something like that back in her cabin.
There you
Her,
go. I'll
her and
find
her
out
three
later.
sisters. Yeah. You did roll a 25. Maybe it's her and her three sisters. You know. We'll see what happens.
With a 25, I should get the mother too.
Yeah. I don't know if you want the mother. All right. So anyway, you've got a couple of hours to do this. All right. Jarl and Trekka, you see that Dax is pretty much, focused on doing what he's doing over in the sensor ops area. The bridge seems to sort of quiet down. People are going about doing their jobs. There is a secondary. The navigation person is getting telemetry from the ship, who's yelling out course corrections and stuff like that to the pilots. There is one time where the ship has to go into a fairly serious, almost like a barrel roll to get past a rather large asteroid in that 3 hours. But anything else in particular anybody wants to add? Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and move ahead.
Go ahead.
Excellent. All right, then, Dax, go ahead and roll me your first sensor op. I'm going to go ahead and let you roll it. It's going to be 4D plus 3.
Oh my fucking god!
Yeah. Let's see what happens with that. All right, it's just it's going to be a whopping 7. So go ahead and roll again. And you're rolling for her, by the way. And wow, that's another one. Hey, I'm glad they fixed that macro, huh? All right, there's going to be a complication in this roll, but it is a success. So go ahead and roll the last one. That excellent. Clear out the cache.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make your last roll for me, and then we're going to come back and revisit what that complication was. All right, and the 17. All right, so you are fairly successful at it, but it is going to take you something like 5 hours to do this, and there's going to be some type of complication involved that is going to involve you guys making these sensor scans. This could be with the information. It could be that it just took an extra long amount of time.
How about we locate? Well, we feel we located the material. However, it is showing us in 3 separate different locations on the planet.
Oh,
spread out.
Excellent. I do like that one. All right, we'll go with that. All right, and when after the 5 hours or so of doing this, you can go ahead and narrate that out to the captain and the admiral.
All right, gentlemen, we've done our scan. There's good news and there's bad news. The good news is we've narrowed it down. The bad news is it's in one of 3 locations, which are spread pretty far on the planet.
Okay.
The atmospheric conditions are not allowing us to get an exact reading, and what was that called? The nebular?
Yeah, it's something straight. I can't remember what the
Yeah, the
name of it is.
magnetic pulses from the strait are interfering with the scanners. However, we are confident that the material is down there, and it is in one of these 3 locations.
Excellent. Jarrus steps forward and looks at the yellow toilet girl. Go ahead and put the information up on the holo, and he kind of like stops and looks back at the captain and sort of like sheepishly like looks away and steps back. At that time, the captain steps forward and he calls her out by name. I don't even know what her name is, but Tisha. Go ahead and pull the information I put up on the holographic for me. And at that point, towards the middle of the room, there is a small holographic pit that pulls up a 3D rendering of the planet and the trajectory of the debris and stuff like that. And it shows 3 pinpoints on the planet's surface, as you said, pretty widely sparsed or apart. All right, guys, that's your scene.
All right, Captain. So as you see here, we got this location, and this location. Like I said, what's going on is the atmospheric condition is branching out our scan. So, if you will, the rays, if you will, are forking. So that's why we're getting 3 locations.
Okay.
I would suggest shuttling down and starting with the closest location, doing a closer scan. We'll get a reading of either yes or no because we're already in the atmosphere of the body, and then moving on to the next one, then the next one until we find it.
Awesome. I see Meepers. He's back.
And drinking. That's
yeah,
a
drinking
big
his
mug.
sugar free.
That's a huge mug.
Yeah, I bet you that's one of those ones that's got like the frozen. Is that one of those ones that's got like the frozen in between the glass kind of stuff, or is that actually that big a glass? Can't hear you.
It's just that big a glass.
Wow, dude, your tool is huge.
Been saving for something?
It takes a large tool to satisfy me.
Yeah, I know. That's why you always spend so much time over here.
Should we let him do his attempt at a scene earlier?
That's okay.
What?
I'm completely lost. Just move on.
Yeah, I'm not going to retcon that far back. So, he wasn't here. No love for him. So, moving ahead. All right, guys. So you make that suggestion to him, and the admiral sort of like defers to the captain, and captain seems to, take this into consideration and acquiesces and says, "Yep, that's what we're going to go ahead and do." So he looks over at communications person and says, "All right, go ahead and make sure that there is a shuttle fueled, and we'll go ahead and go down." So at this point, what he is suggesting is, so that everybody is on the up and up, that he, the admiral, their seconds, and sort of like their honor guard kind of group of people, no more than like 5 or 6 on each side, would go down, as well as whatever ancillary people they need. So we're looking at a shuttle that's probably going to take 20 to 25 people down. It's going to have a moderate-sized cargo hull, and it will have a repulsor skiff, so that you guys can move this throne if and when you find it.
Tech support.
Tech support? Oh, he's calling tech support. Good for him. All right, so at this point, a ship is being made up for you guys. You guys head on down to the bay area of this ship, and you board a... it's sort of a unique-looking shuttle. It's sort of bulbous and sort of I'll show you a picture here in a little bit. But anyhow, you guys all enter the shuttle, and we're going to say that there's Dax, you want to fly the shuttle?
I would prefer to, yes.
All right, excellent. You can go ahead and drive the shuttle for whatever the reason. It's just plot appropriate. Um,
I,
and the
I,
Twi'lek,
con- I convinced the captain that I do have experience doing this, so and I'm
right?
the one who knows where the 3 locations are.
Yep, and the Twi'lek girl is going to be your co-pilot, as well as the person who's going to be using the scanners. So, you guys head on down through the atmosphere, what there is of it, and you see looks something like this.
Oh, nice.
And that is what you guys' shuttle looks like. So you come down here, and it appears to still have an atmosphere, which it shouldn't. And it has large, very dense forests with these really strange elevated areas. None of the landscape seems to make a whole lot of sense, and you would not. It has a lot more vibrant green jungle than you would have expected. Something very strange, unique, anyways. That's what you see. So you guys head on over there, and you see a lightning strike off in the distance, and you know that is actually towards one of the areas that you need to go check out, or one of the places that came up on your screen. So you guys head on out there, and on repulsors, you guys kind of like stop and hover above the jungle canopy, and the Twi'lek woman goes off and does some scanner magic. All right, that is our scene. Anybody want to add anything in at this time, or do we go ahead and just move ahead?
Well, I'm there, right?
Sure.
All
Umben
right.
is there, and Trek is there. The only people that are not here at this time is Rito.
I was just
So the
gonna.
captain is here, the admiral is here, their seconds are here.
All right.
I mean, you don't have to add to it, but if you want to, by all means, do so. Anybody want to jump in?
I was just wondering, because I thought I would have to convince the captain to let me down there with them. Like, my excuse was going to be to make sure they don't make off with the shuttle.
That's fine. We can go ahead and retcon that. You know, you make that point on the bridge, and he looks at you and nods, and you know, you're part of the crew now.
All right.
So that's your reason for being on the shuttle, to make sure they don't steal it.
That is the reason for the season.
That is the reason for the season. All right, you guys get on out there, and after about 15 minutes or so, you see her give sort of a, you know, excited smile, and she looks over at you, Dax, reaches over and kisses you full on the lips.
Woohoo!
Stops and kind of looks at her. Her face kind of turns sort of an ashen yellow, a little deeper, darker yellow on her cheeks and forehead and chin. And she's like, I'm sorry. I just was excited. I think I found it. I've got it down to one signal. It's off that direction. And she steps back away from you, or moves her chair. I'm sorry, rotates her chair away from you. And you kind of see her like looking at you, like out of the corner of her eyes, as she transfers the information from her console to yours.
I wink at her and I said I had no doubt in you, no doubt whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. She seems to be really paying attention to her monitor in front of her, but you can definitely tell that she's watching it from the corners of her eyes, and she has a bit of a smile curling the edges of her mouth.
Dax is enjoying this and, smiling. Captain, I think we found it and piloting in that direction now.
All right, go ahead and make a piloting roll for me. You notice as you get closer that the winds start picking up, the lightning strikes become more pronounced, and there's that circular area in the atmosphere right above it. It's such a strange anomaly. It's not something that you've seen before. That is a sufficient roll. All right, you come in. The canopy is so thick that you are not able to land exactly where you need to be. and with the lightning strikes, you don't believe that you want to approach any closer in this shuttle, not knowing what its shields are like or anything of that nature, and also not understanding, how strong this anomaly is. So it would be your recommendation, at least, that you land a ways away and try and trek in from there.
And I fully briefed the captain on my findings and my opinion, and that I feel we should land over here and hike in the rest of the way.
Excellent. All right, go ahead. He acquiesces and says that would be perfect. That's fine. You guys head on over and go ahead and make a single landing for me, and then narrate out what happens, and we'll figure that out with your roll. So go ahead and make a piloting roll for me.
Are there any of the pirate troops with us?
Yes. Okay, that is a great roll. It is not a spectacular success, but it is definitely much more than what you needed. And before I have you go ahead and narrate out what happens, I'm going to go back to Trekka. Yes, Trekka, there are a number of the captains and the admiral's people here.
All right, I was just going to address them,
Certainly may.
just to add to it.
Go ahead. Add to the narration, buddy.
I approach them. I stand
Which
in
group of people? Everybody?
the captain's soldiers. I think the admiral would probably have his own people for that.
Yep.
And I go to them. All right, boys, you know the drill. As soon as we land, then a bolt of lightning strikes right by the ship, creating a loud crack, emanating throughout the ship, kind of startling all of us. And then I go, okay, if we land, form the perimeter, scan out, fan out. Don't be afraid to look through the trees and the bushes. Something might try to jump us here.
Excellent. All right, Dax, go ahead and use the lightning strike in your narration of bringing your ship in and landing it that Trekka put in there. So tell me what happens with a roll of 20 in Star Wars.
All right, Dax brings the ship around. He manages to find a very, very tight, narrow opening in the trees to where he feels he can safely land. He spins the ship around, and as he is landing, 3 bolts of lightning strike exactly around 3 points of the ship, cindering the trees right around it, just narrowly missing the ship on every side. And he looks at this, everybody can see it and see the flashes, and he says, perfect as usual.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, at that point, Trekka, you're getting the group of people together. Admiral's getting, I'm sorry, I think her name is what? Kava? What was her name again? Carva. Is getting her people together as well. All right, so at this point, you guys have checked the atmosphere. The atmosphere is fine. So at this point, need to get ready to make an overland trek. So is anybody going to stay with the ship?
Dax is going to go, but I'm going to say to the captain, pardon me, Captain, but with all due respect, you do your thing, and I do my thing, and this is my thing. And we don't know what we're facing here, and I would prefer to have a blaster on me. And in case you think I'm going to screw you, screwing you over and taking your shuttle is going to do me no good, because the Admiral has my ship and I want it back. And as a captain to captain, you understand that no other ship is my ship and I want my ship back.
All
so
right,
I'm fully in this. I got more at stake than your money.
At that point, he again acquiesced. Yeah, certainly. You should definitely have a weapon. We should have taken care of that before he left orbit. And just about everybody. I want to say that everybody else was able to be armed, with the exception of you, because you were the pilot, and you weren't there when they did it. So he kind of like stops and he looks at you, and he reaches down, reaches into his coat, and pulls out a blaster pistol. Hands it to you. Sorry about that. Here, use mine.
Much appreciated, Captain. Thank you very much.
All right. Go ahead and make a quick knowledge roll for me.
Me?
Yep.
Knowledge. Oh boy, this is gonna suck. Here goes another character point.
You don't have to use character points.
Oh,
for that.
woohoo!
17. You notice that the hand blaster that he hands you
Uh-huh.
is a hand pistol normally used by low-level Imperial officers.
Interesting.
All right, so everybody exits the ship, and of course you see all this foresty jungle stuff around you. The air has a bit of sort of like that charged ionized smell during a really big lightning storm. And there's a stream immediately off to your right. You smell the burnt cinder smell of the trees that were struck by the lightning. There's a large furrow in the ground where the lightning struck, burnt grass and stuff of that nature. And immediately off to the right, you do see a bit of a small stream. And the first thing that you guys notice about it is that the stream runs in almost a straight line with another stream running into it at a 45-degree angle, which is very interesting. But what's even more interesting is the architecture that you see around. Whoops, went to the wrong level. There you go. You see some strange architecture not too far from where you guys land. Yes, giant penis-shaped buildings.
Kind of looks like the Angkor Wat.
Yeah, kind of. I actually thought about not using it specifically because it kind of reminded me of that, but then I was like, to hell with it. It's Star Wars. This isn't an exact representation of what you see. It's just an idea to get you. Yeah, it's just a guideline, get you thinking yourself. And in fact, I tell you what. Does anybody want to narrate what they see when they exit the ship? Jarl, you haven't said anything in a while. Why don't you narrate out what you guys see when you exit the ship?
When we exit the ship, it's incredibly humid, and the heat, the humidity and heat just like hits everybody at once, like we just walked through a thick mist. Take a second to catch our breaths, and there's jungle sounds all around, but not any animal sound whatsoever.
Okay.
I would expect to hear birds or insects in this setting, but it's dead quiet, with the exception of the lightning storms and sounds of nature, like the running stream, the wind blowing through the trees.
Not like crickets or insects or birds or anything like that, but just like natural occurring sounds.
Right. No sounds of anything living whatsoever.
What about?
Which strikes us as really odd because we don't hear any insect sounds, birds, no animals anywhere. Just the streams, running streams, the wind blowing, and the lightning off in the distance.
Okay, I'm going to ask you just two more questions then about that. Is there a wind, and is there any type of smell?
I'm sorry, I heard any type of smell. Is there what?
Yeah, is there any type of wind, and if so, what type of wind, and is there a smell at all?
There is a wind. But it's not a strong breeze, which is also odd because everything was cataclysmic. There's like a slight, gentle breeze at best. And it smells, there is a pervading smell of burning rubber.
Okay. Does it get stronger in a particular direction? Does it kind of come and go, or is it just kind of constant?
As we start to approach deeper and deeper into these ruins, it starts to get stronger. And as we go deeper and deeper into the ruins, the other nature sounds kind of disappear. And it's like we're in the eye of a hurricane.
Right, that silent sort of like calm before the storm.
Yeah, but weird supernatural calm. Like it should not, this is like nothing. It's like a nexus where everything just stops.
Excellent.
Still breathable air, but there's no evidence that we're doing anything other than standing in the middle of a hologram. It's got that kind of feel.
Excellent. Go ahead and give yourself a character point for a great narration. All right. You have the sensor readings of where you guys need to go, Dax. You shared those with the captain and the admiral both. So you guys have a number of people that have weapons. Everybody's armed, and you guys are trekking through the jungle. The captain is in the lead with the admiral and Umben. And you guys are making your way through the forest. As you guys are walking next to this straight running stream and the 45-degree angle stream and stuff like that, is there anything unique or different about it? Otherwise, we're just going to go ahead and move ahead. Excellent. We move ahead then. All right. You guys spend probably a couple of hours moving through this jungle and the forest. And at first, the silence that Jaro was describing earlier isn't something that really bothered you too much. But as you continue to move through the forest, it becomes almost oppressive. The longer you're there, the more the silence or absence of animal sounds and stuff of that nature actually begins to grate on you and makes you almost, nervous, if you will. Now, as you guys continue through the forest, why doesn't everybody go ahead and make a quick perception, spot, search roll if you've got it?
Okay, everybody?
Yes, everyone.
Let me see.
All right, Charlie, you rolled a 1. So no for you, sir. Dax, you have an 11.
Hang on.
California Dave rolls a 14. And Meepers gets a 14. All right. So you guys are making your way through the forest. And again, you hear a lightning crack much closer in front of you. And it's a ground strike. And you see the flash of lightning through the upper canopy of the trees. And these are sort of different kind of trees. I mean, they're Star Wars trees. You get it? So they're trees, but they're not really trees. And you're making your way through. There's a loud sonic boom as the lightning strikes the ground, and you guys continue through. And this goes on for probably about a good 3 hours. As you're following the directions, go ahead and go down to page 3 at this point. You guys see this.
Nice. Kind of giving me some Johnny Quest flashbacks.
Yeah, well, hopefully it's Star Wars good then.
Well, that's good. I mean, that was a fun show with all kinds of adventure and exotic locations.
Mm-hmm. All right, so anyway, the girl with her coordinates and sort of, her little data pad thing, stops, looks at the captain and goes, we're right on top of the signal. I guess maybe might be in the building or underground. Maybe that's part of the reason we had such a hard time finding it. And the captain just kind of looks at her and nods. And that is your scene, guys. You can add to it if you want, or we can move ahead.
I guess I'll just have the boys advance in the usual triangular formations.
All right.
Or the usual formations we have for things like that. Tell them to keep on the lookout.
Okay. Well, also keep in mind these guys are pirates. They're not special forces. So they move forward like pirates. But you yell at them and you're like, you move over that direction, or you give a hand signal or something of that nature.
The
All
whole
right.
time.
So how are you guys going to go about this? This you find some ruins. What do you want to do with these ruins? Dax, Jarl, Meepers.
All right, Dax says, "All right, guys, this is what we need to do. We're gonna have to go through very carefully and very slowly. Watch what you step, where you step, and don't touch anything that you don't need to touch. We're gonna go through slow. We're gonna search carefully until we find it. Anybody sees anything funny, you call it out immediately." And then with that, he turns to his Twilight companion and says, "You stay by me," and pulls her behind him.
All right. Anyone else?
Um, trying to think of what Umben Dat would do.
Yeah.
He's probably over the moon by now.
Yeah. I mean, is just real quickly. I'm curious, Dax. Is your shirt open to your belly button?
No.
And do you have her like snaked up against your body from behind? And you got like one hand pushing her back, and your blaster in front of you with a a ballsy look on your face.
Yeah, but the shirt's up.
Okay.
High collar, collars up, Elvis style.
Absolutely.
Just find a book.
Listen, you know what? This is Star Wars. She's not my sister. It's all good.
Oh, well, you know what? It's all good, clean family fun in Star Wars movies, man. Come on. I mean, it's all good, clean family fun because Lucas obviously knew what he was going to do in all three movies. That's the reason. Yeah.
You know what? Jarl's going to take an opportunity to climb up onto the trees and get a higher vantage point.
All right. This is going to be an easy task for you, Jarl. I'm not even going to make you roll for it. Because of the way these trees are, and you have a natural affinity to be able to do that.
Right.
Tell me what it is you're trying to do, and we'll go from there.
He just he'll go to the nearest tree, sort of arms out, hump up, jump up, and just start trying to get as much height out of that tree as he can.
Okay.
I'm anticipating I could probably get a good 50 to 60 feet up off the ground.
Sure.
And then just carefully eyeball everything that's around.
Okay. Basically, what you see is more ruins, exactly like what you see in front of you. There are portions behind what you see there, that doorway there. There appears to be what looks like what was left of a floor, and there are spots that are missing out there, and other spots are, for the most part, it's covered up with lichen and moss and grass. But
do I notice any kind of a pattern, like a geometric pattern?
Even or odd?
I do not.
Even or odd?
Oh, odd.
Yeah. Do you want to have a geometric pattern of some type?
Well, you tell me if it's
Yes.
a real geometric pattern.
Yes, there is a pattern to it.
So I shout down to Umben. Professor,
Low.
do you have any map or anything? Was there any Bendu symbol on everything?
The Bendu Jedi had, he starts going into this whole thing of, they had one symbol that was sort of based upon the old Jedi symbol, but that changed, 325 years ago. At first it had these furrows on the edges, and he just starts going into very great detail with you.
All right. I'll scurry out of the tree, back down the tree to Umben. I walk up to him and go, Professor, Professor, Professor. And then I'll pick up a stick and start drawing the what I see, the geometric pattern, and go, does that mean anything to you? It looked familiar.
He stares at it for a bit, and he's like, "Low, yeah, yeah, no."
All right.
I rolled a 1.
All right, then. You're the expert, Professor. Moving on.
Yeah.
And I
Don't
start
worry.
to fall into the search pattern and spread out that Dax is laid out.
Don't worry. As long as we're not at Ryleth, we're safe.
For now, anyways. All right, guys. So is anybody else? Dax, you're sort of protecting the girl, and you guys are kind of like spreading out and searching the ruins, or are you going to just head straight through that door and go, yeah, it's a dungeon delve?
I suggested we spread out and look, but it's the captain's call.
Yep, definitely Captain and Admiral's call.
Well, I would suggest reminding Dax that hiding in a bush is not illegal.
Okay. The Captain and the Admiral confer, and they start sending out people to go ahead and search. If you guys want to take part in that, you certainly can. At this point, they're just going to search the above ground area and sort of get an idea of how extensive the ruins are, and if there's any additional buildings or entrances that go down. You guys can take part in that if you want.
Dax is going to let the red shirts handle that, but assuming I have a glow stick, I'm going to pop my head in the doorway over there and shine it and look around.
All right, I'll come back.
I'm not
to you.
entering, I'm just looking.
Yeah, you're okay. You're breaking the plane, so that's entering. So suck it up, big man. All right. Anybody else?
Nope.
All right. So if nobody else chimes in, you're going to be staying back with the Admiral, the Captain, and their 2 seconds.
I guess I'll go in with them.
All right. So you're going to go around exploring the ruins as well. All right. Meepers? All right. You're on hold, sir. Moving ahead then. All right.
There's around the chat he's putting on his red shirt.
Search or perception roll for me, Trekka. 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 Trekka.
Well, at least it's not Higgins or Willard.
Yeah, exactly. All right. In the meantime, Dax, you make your way up there. You pull out a glow rod, and Umben, you rolled a whopping 3, so you're not going to really notice a whole lot of anything. But I will come back to you and have you narrate out what you don't see.
Okay.
All right, back to you, Dax. You make your way forward, and sort of like you see a bunch of carvings in the surface of the stone. There's some loose rubble around the front of the door frame. The door frame is all made out of stonework, and you peer inside using your glow rod. You see stairs going down. There are some tree roots that have poked through the wall on one side and sort of go down and across the steps, and the steps are all covered in a green moss. Do you want to add to that narration at all?
I'm going to... No, that's a pretty good narration. I'm gonna kick a stone or something near my feet down the stairs to see if I get any reaction out of anything. I hear anything else.
It goes down about it like lands like 2 or 3 times and then boom, stops, stuck in the lichen.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna head back over towards the admiral and the captain.
And the other thing that you think is really weird about that is it makes no sound when it goes clicking on down there, which is sort of what you'd expect, because lichen would take up all that sound or anything like that. But just with the additional quietness that's all around you, it just seems like another level of just strangeness.
Eeriness.
Yeah. All right, so you head on back. All right, back to you, Trekka. Trekka, you and your boys move around, and you collectively all don't see anything. But with the narration that I gave you earlier of additional ruins, some areas that look like it was a floor that pieces have fallen out, leaving like holes, and being covered with a layer of dirt and short grass and trees and roots that are sticking out of things. It looks like this place has had nobody here for a very long time. So go ahead and narrate out to me what you see about the additional ruins.
Um,
See, you
what
gotta
else
put your
would I
big boy
say?
pants on today. You get to narrate.
Um, some of the archways are probably partially obscured by rocks to the near the base. Uh, probably if what looks like what was left of a balcony that would have looked over this whole room has sort of fallen down, forming more of a kind of a slide.
Is there anything unique about the stone that's used? Are there any mosaics? Is there anything that you find on the ground? Are there any areas that have been cleared? Is there any structure that looks? Does it look like there an explosion here? Did the buildings just fall down after, years of disrepair and no upkeep?
Well, at first it would seem that it was just it was just no upkeep for some time, but upon closer inspection, it would look, at least to a more trained eye, almost like parts of the room were almost ripped out and thrown across the room at something, creating piles of rubble to and fro.
Excellent. All right. Anything else unique? Mosaics, statues, sculpture, anything like that?
There's a rather peculiar set of hieroglyphics that depict people approaching a strange giant giant creature that's partially obscured.
Excellent. Excellent. Good job. All right. That is the end of that scene, that narration. You guys sort of spend about half an hour going through these ruins and head on back to the admiral and the captain and their seconds, and sort of give your report of what's going on. All right, so that's your scene at this point. Um, does anybody want to role play out any suggestions, or do they just want to kind of leave it in the hands of the admiral and the captain?
Um, are we going to be camping out here or returning to the ship?
You ask the captain that. The captain looks at you and goes, "Look, we're here to get the throne. If the throne's here, we're getting out of here. This place gives me the creeps."
All right then.
All right, this might be a good time for people to bio and grab something to drink if you guys want to. Why don't we go ahead and take 5 and come back?
All right.
All right.
Okay. I'll be right back. Huh?
Oh,
Hey. How you doing?
not bad, not bad. Enjoying, enjoying the story and all that.
Oh,
What
good.
you
Huh?
and what all you guys are doing.
Ah. Yeah, this is a. Have you ever played this game before?
This be my first time. If you guys allowed me to join the group.
Well, it's all right with me. I just joined recently myself. Have you ever played much role-playing games?
I played second to third ed, second to fourth ed in D&D and DM'd them.
Ah,
I played one time at D20 Star Wars and played Call of Cthulhu.
oh,
Play and I play Anima. I play heaps of games.
yeah, I played. Have you ever played Wild Talents?
Heard of it.
Ah,
Thank God I didn't need to learn it.
I've
Uh,
played it.
I used to when I was still in high school, I worked at a
A game store?
yeah, yeah, and I had to study all the card games, understand all the in games and everything, and DM them, and
Ah,
go to the as like the cons and all that, as you would call them. Ours is called Supernova, and show them our store and everything, and how to play some of these games and all that. It was totally
uh,
worth it because across from us was them painting up bikini girls.
oh, really?
Yeah, I was like, oh no, the horror.
Yeah. Which Star Wars D20 did you play?
Uh, tell you the truth, I have no idea because we had it was all D&D groups and the Star Wars group came in. Um,
Yeah.
there was just too many people for D&D, and so I just went, yeah, uh, I'll and the Star. And I went, yeah, fine, I'll go with the Star Wars group. And they went, okay, here, make a character. I went, okay.
So you probably played one of the ones that was a lot like that was basically just Dungeons and Dragons but with Star Wars.
Yeah,
Uh,
they they had a Wookiee Jedi that I accidentally shot when he was trying to do an impressive trick.
uh,
It was
All right,
hilarious.
guys, I'm back. Is
Yay!
everybody back?
I'm
Uh,
back.
I'm
I'm
back.
here.
oh, everyone's back.
All right, then. All right, Mario, we're going to go ahead and hit it and try and finish this up.
Yeah, okay.
All right. You guys ready?
I'm ready.
All right, then. We enter back into our narration. You guys have Trekka and his group of people, plus those people under the admiral's command, have all returned, sort of giving an idea of the layout of the area. They draw up a quick sort of surface map on the datapad that they have. It's just got like a little touch surface on it, and they just kind of like sketch out real quick, sort of what they see. Nothing particularly strange about it at all. Let's see, Jarl, go ahead and make a perception or search roll for me. You're another one, dude. Yep, it's still going to be enough. All right, Jarl, you notice around the ruins and stuff like that, they remind you of black birds about the size of a large crow, and they just seem to have appeared from nowhere. And they're like sitting up at different perches and stuff like that. They're not doing a whole lot of moving. They seem to be just watching and not making any sound at all. You want to describe what they look like?
I think you just did. I mean,
All right, excellent. Some type of bird-like creature about the size of a crow.
I'm gonna look over to whoever's sitting next to me and go, "You ever get that strange feeling you're being watched?"
Is that another one of the players you say that to?
Yeah, whoever's standing close to me.
Who? Well, who is it? Not it.
Umben or Trek?
I said not it. Who's next?
Oh, okay. Then it'll be Trekka.
All right, good enough. Trek it is.
Tap it on the shoulder and go, "That seem right to you? You ever get the feeling we're being watched?"
Yeah. Were they here before?
Nope.
Well, you're not sure. You rolled a 3 for your search.
Well, in character, I'm sure. Nope. Now, don't you find it kind of odd? There ain't been no crickets, no nothing, and then all of a sudden there's birds.
Maybe they ate the crickets.
Maybe it's the giant 30-foot anaconda in the jungle that ate it all.
Or maybe something willed them here.
Well, it ain't natural. Just ain't natural. I got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, I think you're right. And we should probably tell the captain. And I guess I'll go do that.
Alrighty. So you head on over to the captain, the admiral, and their seconds.
Captain, were these birds here when we landed?
The captain stops from talking with the Shistavanen, and looks at you. Birds, and about that time, one of them lands on the ground, not too far from you. Makes no sound when it lands, and just kind of like stops and just like looks up at you guys. And he's like, "No, I don't remember seeing birds or bird-like creatures at all."
Maybe
It sort of hops around a little bit and like almost like it gets out of your way.
Huh.
And as you guys are standing around, 3 or 4 of them land on the ground to either side of the portal.
Portal?
Door.
Oh. The door to the ruins?
Mm-hmm.
They appear to be getting more brazen.
Ain't right. Just ain't right.
Maybe we ought to find shelter.
From the birds?
Yeah, totally the birds.
I saw that Hitchcock movie, man. Fuck this. I'm out.
I saw that Space Hitchcock film.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Space Australia.
They're actually space herpes, so you better run.
Got
All right,
space
guys.
trumpet.
Move ahead, or I'm going to move it ahead for you.
I got nothing. I can't order them without the captain. Yeah,
Excellent. All right.
They all have a blaster.
Yeah.
What's the?
Everybody's armed.
I'm firing at the birds.
Keeping
they
my
actually
carbine out.
crows?
What?
Are they actually like crows or like a
No.
beast?
No, they're not like birds at all. They land and make no sound. They're not making any sounds whatsoever. They're either holographic projections or they're voodoo. I'm shooting at one.
No, the
That's why
birds.
it's the big strong, the big strong mercenary. Hey, do something about that.
I'm thinking these things are sort of like part reptile, part simian. That they have sort of like leathery bat-like wings. They're about the size of a large crow, and they're black.
Sort of like those.
I just made this off the top of my head, so not like anything.
So
Okay.
I was
Okay.
I was wondering if anyone's got like xenology or something.
There is
If
always
I don't have a blaster's skill, it defaults to Dex.
correct.
Actually, that's a good idea. Quick, someone roll ornithology skill.
I did not realize that Jarl did not have a blaster skill.
He doesn't like to use them.
I gotcha. And they're dodge.
Yeah, I'm not even aiming. I'm just firing wildly.
Yep. You miss. In fact,
Holy.
it does like a double hop, and flaps
like
its
a plane.
wings about 3 feet off the ground, and lands back. And there's a small sparking spot where your blaster bolt hit.
Do I hear it making any sound, like a caw? Do I hear the wings flap?
You hear the wings flap, but it does not caw.
It's a ninja. Ninja crows.
Oh. I say to the
And
captain.
then, wait, Jarl, after he does that, will look at the one and go on, get!
Yeah, run after it then.
After I fired at him, the one I just fired at, I'll look at it and go on now, get!
Okay, it kind of like stops, looks at you, and kind of like cocks its head at you, like almost like it's trying to understand you, and you notice that it's got like an owl head. Its head swivels back the opposite direction, and it flies off into the forest.
Just that one or all of them?
Just that one.
I guess I say, I don't like this. They don't even seem to be spooked.
Tight spot. Tight spot. This ain't natural. All right. The captain and the admiral are talking, and at this point they have suggested they're going to send 2 people back to the ship. And I'm sorry, they're going to leave 1 person up here, and the rest of them are going to go down, including 2 people and the repulsor skiff.
First question, is the guy they left a black guy?
No, but he's wearing a crimson shirt.
You know what I was thinking.
All right, so you guys head on down the stairs. The captain and his second, the Shistavanen, Tora, is holding a light rod up above his head as he's walking down the stairs. The stairs sort of they go straight down, make an immediate 45-degree turn to the left, and continue down. It's dark, and as you're coming down the steps, you notice that at the foot there appears to be some light, natural light filtering in. You guys make your way towards the bottom of that area, and you see something akin to this.
Nice.
And you look up, and you see that it appears as though there's like either some stones have been knocked out of the ceiling. They're laying at different points on the ground in front of you. It doesn't look like it was built this way to allow for natural light to come in. But those spots that you saw up on top, Jarl, appears to be these stones that have fallen into this room.
All right.
The pirate crew sort of spreads out again. The captain says, "All right, well, I tell you what. Why don't we stop here and go ahead and start exploring some of these different rooms? Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. All right."
Aye.
All right. So you guys start making your way around. I'm assuming the same group of people like Jarl and Dax and that stuff will be staying behind with Captain, the Admiral, their seconds, etc., etc. So as you're making your way through Trekka, you find a couple of different hallways. You go through some of them. The majority of them, tree roots have grown in. Made like entire hallways collapse. There's a lot of dead ends and stuff like that. And after about 15 or 20 minutes of this, you hear a blood-curdling scream that just kind of like goes on for a while, and then nothing.
Can I follow the scream?
Why don't you go ahead and make a perception, straight perception for me. Everybody hears this, by the way.
Okay.
That includes Jarl and Dax.
Dax would like to make a roll to see if he can tell where it came from.
Why don't you go ahead and just roll a perception roll then for me?
Ugh.
No, and no, a character point is not going to help you with that.
Are you sure I even heard it?
You heard something, but you're not really sure what it is. You thought maybe it might have been like an animal scream or something like that, and then you realize, wait a minute, I haven't heard any animals at all. That's probably one of our people, and you kind of like are started by it. All right, so basically you guys are able to, all of you, if you want, can follow the direction of that. The admiral is the first one to start running towards the sound, followed by the captain in their seconds.
I'm going to follow the captain.
All right, Charles?
I'm hanging back.
All right, are you following but hanging back, or just hanging back?
Slowly following but hanging back.
All right, excellent. All right, you guys make your way through, and they stop, and there is a hallway. There is a glow rod laying on the ground, and there appears to be a bunch of stonework in the floor that appears to have given way, and there's a hole. And around the edges, you can kind of see where some of the masonry has come loose. And that is all you see.
Oh, that sucks.
How's those pirate crew following Trekka? Are they sort of jittery, like scared?
The what? I'm sorry.
The people following Trekka, isn't there like?
Well, they are pirates, and they're not trained soldiers. So I mean, I would say that at this point they're probably not. I mean, right now they've got the idea of the treasure, and their cut of it is making them pretty brave at this point. They're kind of like, well, lucky, too bad for him, more for me.
Yeah.
I was just intrigued because I want to know what happened to those guys, if they were starting to get scared or not.
Sure. All right, guys, that's your scene. What do you do with it?
Well, I guess I'm going to try to convince the men to hold fast, essentially.
All right, go ahead and make a command roll.
What is command roll?
Perception.
So just the straight up perception then?
Mm-hmm.
I can't even try to persuade them?
Well, you're trying to get them to hold fast. Hold the line. That's more command of like, hey guys, don't. I mean, you're not doing the.
Let me rephrase it. I'm trying to just keep their morale high. Just relax, man. Just think of all the things you could buy with that, with your share.
Good enough then. Yep, that's fine. You can do that. And they pretty much fall in line. I mean, you're not a commander by any means, but another person in the group is like, offering, saying, hey, keep it cool. All right, so what do you guys do with your scene then? I know what Trek is doing. Jarl, Dax.
Jarl just standing around keeping a watchful eye.
All right.
Just keeping it real.
All right, I just don't want to feel like I'm railroading you guys. I just want to give you guys every opportunity to, add in, chime in, add description.
Dax is going to look down the hole carefully.
All right, so you're going to make your way forward. Why don't you go ahead and immediately make a dex roll for me? Okay, happy with that roll?
Yeah.
Okay. Dax, you begin to fall into the hole. Make a second Dex check for me, and this is going to hurt if you don't make it. Okay, happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay. You sort of scrabble forward. What happens is you walk forward, and some of the additional masonry gives way, and you sort of like turn and twist and try and jump backwards. And just as the stone gives out behind you, you're able to sort of like grab. You land on the far edge and are able to just kind of like scramble away. And if the masonry had been any weaker, it probably would have continued to give, and you'd be dead right now.
Wow. All right, Dax backs off.
All right. So there you go. And you hear the stone kind of like tumbling through. I mean, you don't hear it, but the stone is tumbling through space, and then you hear a thump and sort of a bit of an echo.
Hey, the first noise.
All right, the admiral and the captain step forward. You see the captain or the admiral sort of like stop, and he speaks with Carva, who shucks off her backpack and hands her blaster to the admiral, and gets on her belly and starts crawling forward towards the hole. All right, you see her continue out there. You see her sort of spread her arms and her legs out, almost in like an X fashion, and continue to scoot herself across the stone. She gets to the edge. She looks down. You hear her draw in a very quick breath. And you see her, she sort of like rolls up on one side, looks over her shoulder, and her eyes are huge. Admiral, I think I've found it. I think it's down in here. And at that point, the admiral is like, well, can you verify it? I mean, what do you see? And she describes a large open chamber with a number of balconies around, a lot of it in disrepair and falling apart, but that there is a throne, what appears to be a throne on a dais in the very middle of this room. She says that she can see Dargon's body down there. He didn't make it, Admiral. And the Admiral's like, well, how far down do you think it is? And she's like, well, I'm thinking it's probably 80 to 100 meters, Captain or Admiral. Can we rope down? I don't think so. I think we're gonna have to find another way, Captain or Admiral. She's used to calling him Captain. So, anyways, she kind of sort of he slides a data pad towards her, and she sort of brings it up and holds it over the edge and like snaps a couple of digital pictures, and then starts to scoot back. And she comes back and she shows the pictures to the admiral and the captain, and whoever else is wanting to take a look. Now, at this point, a lot of the other pirates and stuff like that are all starting to crowd forward, trying to get a look at the picture, because this is the big payoff. I mean, this is millions and millions of credits. What are you guys doing?
Dax is looking at the structure. I'm thinking of an idea. I'm looking up at the roof. How much of it has come down?
In this, well, you're in a hallway right now. I mean, if you're talking about the last large antechamber, the one you were in before this, is that what you're thinking about?
No, right where we are.
This is the hallway. I'd say it's probably about 3 meters wide. Probably 3 meters square. I'm not really sure what kind of information you're fishing for. Help me out.
Yeah, what I'm fishing for is I'm thinking in my mind, hovering the ship over it and lowering something down to take the throne out.
No, you're in the middle of a hallway, and a portion of the floor in this hallway has collapsed into this room beneath it. So there's no open sky above you.
But it was a good idea, though.
Yeah, it was definitely. I apparently I didn't describe it or something. So, all right, guys, that's your scene. Are you guys done with it? Do we need to move ahead?
Well, Dax is pondering, but you can move ahead.
All right, then. Indeed, we are moving ahead. So at this point, they decide not to continue down this hallway, but to find another way there. They do not have climbing equipment or anything of that nature. I'm going to just go ahead and move this ahead. They do some more exploring through here. There is another scream, and you guys you follow the scream and the yell, and you guys get to another hallway. There's another one of the pirates who his hips are at sort of a strange angle. His legs are to the rest of his body, and it looks as though he's up against the wall, and it looks as though his leg has been pulled into a hole with enough force to actually break his hips and snap one of his legs at an odd angle, and he's dead.
Well, I do believe that means we're screwed.
And you notice in this hallway, probably about every 2.5 meters, there's another one of these holes in the wall on opposite sides. They're about the size of a man's leg.
I go, all right, boys, I can't believe I'm saying this, but try to avoid the holes.
Mm-hmm. All right, anything else, guys? All right, it's decided that this hall is a no-go. We're going to try and find another entrance. Moving ahead, you guys spend probably about another couple of hours going through here, and eventually someone yells back, "I found it, Captain! I found it! This direction!" And he keeps yelling, "This way! This way!" And you guys follow the yells, and you come to a sort of an archway, and it opens into a large cavern area like this. And in the middle, where you see that glowy thing, just think of that as a great big latinum throne. The back of it is very high, probably 8 feet high.
So there might be 2 thrones.
Why would there be 2? This is the throne.
Is it?
Looks like latinum from here. Won't know until you get over there and take a look at it.
All right.
Any questions, guys?
There's only one thing to do. Someone's got to go check that out. And in all due fairness, I think it should be Butters.
Fucking Butters.
Is it fair to say that the pirates, including the admiral and the captain, are all excited about the find and paying attention to the throne at the moment?
Absolutely.
All right, I'm going to grab Umben to the side, and I'm going to say, the throne is all well and good, but have you seen anything with any reference to the shield?
You mean there's not a shield.
Not the shield, the shroud, the cloak. Sorry, I apologize. The cloak.
Umben looks at you with a bit of a blank look. I don't know. Ruins is all I've seen. And did you see that man back in that hallway? Lo, his leg was practically ripped off, and his hips were broken. Lo, unease, uncool.
Yeah. Sucks to be him. More interested in finding out about this cloak.
I just found it in my notes. It's the Strait of Del Toro. or the Deltora Strait.
What?
He was asking what the nebula was called, and it was called the Strait of Deltora.
Okay.
Okay, that's your scene, guys. Seriously, it feels like I'm pulling teeth here, guys. Work with me.
Hey, Joel. Um, you know, we found the throne, and they're going to be anxious to get it and get out of here, and we still see nothing or any reference to anything about the cloak.
I'm more worried about getting off this planet, getting your ship, and getting back to the rebellion.
I can't believe one of the stupid gods hasn't run down there and tried to grab the throne.
Oh, that reminds me. I go through the boys, see if I can find crewman Ray. And I say, all right, go get him, Ray.
Okay, again, you're not a commander.
All right.
That'd be like one trooper walk up to another going, "Hey, you know what? Pull my finger." No, really, pull my finger.
So Jarl will do this. Jarl, how far away are we from the throne? Are we like
Quite a ways.
if
you look over there on the left side of the picture, you'll see a person underneath that arch.
Okay.
And that'll give you sort of an idea of the scale of this room. And
Is it a person?
They dropped out.
Yeah.
What?
Way down there on the left.
Yeah, I see the person, and I heard the scale of the room, but then I don't hear Oliver's voice anymore.
did I lock up or something?
There we go. Yeah, you
you
dropped
must
out.
have.
Oh, how strange. Okay, what I was saying was that there's a person in the arch on the left side there, which gives you an idea
Right.
of the scale of this room. And I am guessing you guys are probably somewhere towards the bottom of that picture.
So we're like over here, or like standing on a precipice that we don't
Probably
see.
standing on a precipice, you know.
All right. Jarl's gonna pick up a rock and chuck it at the throne.
All right, quite a ways, but go ahead and make a throwing skill for me. If you don't have the skill, it's Dex.
See if I have the skill. Nope. So,
Dex it is. That's a pretty good roll, and I'm going to allow it. You find a decent-sized rock, you chuck it, and you smack the throne, and nothing happens. Makes a sound, though. Clunk.
Okay. So no force field goes off, no traps come falling down on everybody.
Well, you
Well,
know, only if it's in a certain, weight range. I mean, did you watch Indiana Jones?
So I throw my hands up. I assume everybody looks at me oddly, like, what the hell? And I'll throw my hands up. Just checking, fellas. Just checking. Oh, it looks good. Why don't you guys go check it out?
Ladies first. Okay,
And I'm going to lean over to Dax and go, well, doesn't Umben know anything about the cloak?
No, I asked him. He's
No.
clueless.
No, it's just it's something that's it's in certain parts of texts and stuff like that. It's not something he's studied specifically, and that's part of the reason that you guys were getting him in the first place, so that the intelligence officer could ask him some questions. And then he needed some additional information, which is why he went back to that asteroid in the first place to get that additional documentation.
Well, Gerald's going to lean in over to Dax and go, listen, Captain, the way I sees it, the second they get their hands on this here throne, they ain't ever going to let Umben go. Or us, for that matter. They're pirates. Pure and simple.
hey.
All right,
Yeah, but
that's your
we're
scene,
still,
guys.
So
we're
we
still
should
kind
take
of
measures.
outnumbered.
We should take measures, is all I'm saying.
And what are you suggesting?
Well, they are preoccupied. If we grab Umben, we could skit back to the shuttle, get on our ship, and go.
So your plan is to ditch them here, essentially.
What Jarl is proposing is to basically kidnap Ubben, get back on our ship, and complete our rebel mission.
Does that ship have hyperdrive?
What one?
The shuttle?
Sure. But you're also in the middle of the Strait of Del Toro.
Yeah.
So you're not jumping out of that anytime soon.
Yeah.
All right, it took roughly 3 days to navigate through it.
I thought this was the mission.
Nope. The mission was to get Ubben and retrieve the journals and give them back to command. Bring him back to command.
Yep, and this ended up being something that happened because of the ass end of their ship getting shot out.
Yep.
Well,
And all Jarl is proposing to Dax is that we're never going to be in a better situation than we are right now.
Well, as you guys are doing that, the admiral and the captain are breaking up their crew. They're, sending people out to, ascertain, the safest way to get across this. One person goes over near that arch there at the bottom left. Another one tries to make their way over towards the broken up arch and landing area over there at the bottom right. And they're just trying to find a way to get over there. So at this point, you guys are pretty much being ignored.
That's what I'm
including
saying.
me. All right.
All right, as you guys are mulling about, they are able, on the far side, they're able to find a way to jump over. One person jumps over. He seems to be really scared. He jumps. He makes it with no problem at all. He stops, looks back, gives a thumbs up, and starts moving. He's probably over here, and jumps down from above, like Pooey. Like up here, and jumps down to here. And they're looking to probably hop over here. So, did I get that all on the right level? Yeah. Did I lose everybody again?
No, I'm here.
No, I'm here. I didn't see nothing, though.
Yeah, I just didn't see anything either. I was just.
Well,
Okay.
So you're on the right layer?
That's what I was double checking. So he's probably jumping down here and jump over there.
all right.
So they're making their way up and around like this.
Listen, I say we see we get this trekker fella to help us get Umben back to the shuttle and get.
And you realize that it's going to be impossible for us to get away, especially if they signal the ship.
Well, nobody does now. Jeez, man. Talk to him like he's a retard sentient. You big fat slob. Forearm freak. All right, well, as you guys are trying to figure out what you're doing, they're moving out, and people are going over, and there's probably about 3 people out there on that little table landing. There's one over near the throne side. They're passing equipment over, including the repulsor skiff. The admiral and the captain seem to be actually working in tandem and together for a change. And commands are being given. People are snapping to. A more professional group of pirates you have never seen.
Money has that effect on people.
It does indeed. All right. So there's a number of people over there on that stand. They're over there trying to break the throne free. There's about 4 people over there. They're attaching portable repulsor field generators on the outside of it, trying to pick it up and maneuver it over to the skiffs. So what are you guys doing now?
Grab the professor.
I'd probably be helping the pirates this whole time, honestly.
All right, you're out there helping as well then. All right, Dax and Jarl, what are you guys off doing?
Dax is arguing with Jarl right now about
Alright.
running and not running.
We'll continue on with your scene, guys.
Oh, Lord.
What else do you want to do? You want to wait till we get back on the ship? We're outnumbered.
Oh, I really don't see
101?
much of a choice right now.
Well, the admiral did tell you that if you helped him get this, he would give you,
Yeah.
repair your ship and turn you guys loose.
I mean, he got what he wanted. He ain't gonna need us anymore after that, nor the professor.
Like, it's simple. Just find Gilligan. You got the professor, just look for Gilligan, and it'll all work out from there.
All right. On that note, I shake my head at Jarl and I say, "Let's just see how this plays out." And I walk over towards the captain and the admiral.
Okay. They're talking with their seconds, and their seconds are going off, and they're kind of whipping the men into shape and giving them instruction. You can see that they've got the throne up on the repulsor skiff. There's two of them that are trying to pass it over from this side, whoops, to the opposite side, and that's what's going on now. You're sort of like stopping to take a look at the captain and the admiral, maybe even interject something, and all of a sudden you see something blur just go right on by you, and you see one of the men that was standing on the landing just go flying through the air, scream, "Ah!" and he falls to his death down to the ground.
Oh, that's not cute. He was trying to be Superman.
Okay, as you guys are standing around trying to figure out what's going off, you see a blur and another person goes flying off and lands, in the chasm below, screaming all the way down, and then a heavy thud as they hit the ground.
Dax pulls his blaster and he's looking around trying to see if he spots anything.
All right.
Trek drops flat on the ground and gets his blaster out.
All right, you hug some ground. Jarl, you're pulling out a blaster. Dax, you're pulling out a blaster. These guys, they're all sort of like, they immediately drop the throne. It lands. It looks like one of the repulsor generators sparks out and dies. The throne sort of shifts precariously on the skiff. One of the straps breaks. It starts to move as though it's going to fall off the skiff and fall down into the chasm, and then it stops. At this point, people are running. The admiral, the captain are both over yelling instructions to people.
Shut up.
To shut up? Really?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was yelling at the dog.
Okay.
Apologize. I didn't know I was picking up.
I'm like, bitch, it's fucking on now.
No, I'm really sorry.
It's like 5 character points right now. Give them to me now.
I thought I was muted. I'm sorry.
It's all good. And I'm like, what? Are you trying to be funny? Because that's not funny.
Trying to go aggro on your ass.
All right. So at this point, pirates are running. The throne is in a precarious situation. May fall off into the chasm. Nobody gets paid. You guys might actually not get your freedom. So what do you guys want to do? I know we got someone hugging ground. Jarl, you said you pulled your weapon. Dax, you pulled your weapon. Are you doing anything beyond that, guys?
Well, I said I was looking to see if I see anything.
All right, so you're trying to look. All right, so go ahead and give me a search perception roll. Jarl, you're just grabbing a blaster, going.
Same thing. I'm
good.
following Dax's lead. I'm gonna follow Dax's lead.
All right. Why don't you guys? Hold on one second. As opposed to having you guys roll separately, I just have you guys use it as a combined task. So go ahead and throw a 3 on that, so it'll be an 18. All right. You notice that there is something that looks like maybe a snake with feathers. You only see it a little bit, and it seems to blend into its surroundings very quickly and very easily. But it seems to be moving through the air, almost like an anti-gravity snake. And what it does is it runs up and just like smacks people, and they go flying down into the chasm. And this thing is moving around quite quickly, changing its direction rapidly, never in one place for very long. Very difficult target to hit. It does appear as though it could be 20 meters long, maybe.
Holy shit.
Every man for himself, run!
All right, well, Gerald's going to take extra time to aim.
All right, so you're going to try and crack off a shot at this thing. All right, Dax, what are you doing?
I was gonna say I want to see if I can try to time it, his movement, and take a shot.
Okay, that's going to be more of an aim than anything. So you'll have to take an entire round, and then you'll get one shot next round.
Okay.
All right, that's what you guys are doing. So, all right, so no one's saying, "Hey, there it is." You guys are just like, "Ah, fuck them." I'm shooting it. Essentially, right?
Yeah.
All right. So at this point, the captain and the admiral are yelling at people. You see this creature shoot off again real fast, smack another person, goes flying, bounces off one of the stone walls, and slides to his doom in the chasm below. All right, go ahead and make both of you. I don't care in what order; it doesn't really matter. A blaster skill roll at +1d. That's really a shitty roll. Shitty. Did I mention shitty?
That's the extra D.
Okay, so a 1, and you roll an 18, and it is doing a second action. You miss, Jarl. Both of you miss, actually. All right, so it's moving around. At this point, the admiral sees it, and he's pointing to his men. Over there, man! Watch it! It's coming up over the far side. Look, it's behind the statues, and it's like moving back and forth back here behind the columns. Comes down and whips around, moving quite quickly, and they're starting to light up the place with blaster fire. At the same time, the captain and the admiral, the admiral jumps the chasm onto the landing over here, and you see him scrabble over and start trying to pull the throne back up. And he is doing something with the repulsor thing, trying to get it so that he can get it onto a flat area so it's not nearly as precarious. At this point, Jarl, Dax, and Trekka, you all see that this snake is lining up to hit the admiral, and he's got his back to it as he's trying to lever this throne up and over the edge of the precipice. If you need to do something, or the admiral is probably dead. And I need initiative rolls from everybody.
Okay. Let's see. What was initiative again?
If you click on your token, there should be a macro that says initiative.
Okay, there we go. Alright.
All right, so there you go. Jarl, how many actions, and what is your first action, sir?
3 actions.
Okay.
Jarl's gonna run for the captain, shouting, "Get down, get down!" and firing wildly repeated shots. Bam, 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 bam.
All right. I tell you what, that sounds to me more like let's just call that 2 actions, running and shooting.
All right.
And be -1d for your run roll versus the terrain. So go ahead and give me that first. If you don't have running, it's Dex at -1d.
If I don't have run, it's what?
Dex.
Okay,
Yep,
and
so
that Dex
2D.
rolls at -1d, right?
Yep. So just roll 2d for me, sir. Not too bad. You make your way through. You're yelling, "Get down! Get down! Get down!" Trekka, how many actions? What's your first action? No, not What are you doing?
I'm trying to think how many actions this would be. I'm basically just trying to take out my blaster.
I assume it's already out.
Okay. Well, can I aim and shoot at it?
Nope. You can shoot at it.
All right. Well,
If you want to declare that you're aiming, it takes an entire round, and you get a +1d to your action next round.
Okay. Well, I'll just shoot at it, screaming, "Admiral, behind you!"
All right, excellent. That'll be a free action. So you're shooting one time. So go ahead and roll your blaster skill.
Okay. Let's see. Dice pool.
All right. I do believe that is going to be a hit, sir. Let me double check. Yep, you actually do hit. So go ahead and roll your damage. It'll be a 5d blaster.
Okay. So just 5D again.
Mm-hmm. It shrugs it off.
Oh, dang.
Dax,
Well,
number of actions, and what's your first action?
At least I hit the thing.
Well, for this round, one action, Dax is going to take a second to aim. Take
All right,
a round
so
to
you're
aim.
aiming this round.
Yes.
Excellent. Jarl, your second action is to fire wildly. So go ahead and make a blaster skill roll at -1d, which will be 2d in your case.
Okay, so here we go with a 1D blaster check.
No. It's 2d.
I should be 1D less than last time, though, right?
No, it's 1d. Okay, it's -1d for every action after the first for all your actions.
Oh, okay.
Same as just think of it as the same as being in Savage Worlds. Instead of
Yep.
-1 for every action, it's -1d.
And
All right, so
there we go.
let's see, 9, 18, 18. It hits because dodge was 17. So good use of your character points. Make sure that those are reflected on your token, and roll your damage of 5d. All right, you hit it. You see it sort of like make like a really fast double zigzag line. It obviously hurt it. It stops. Its head sort of like spins up and around, almost on like a question mark. It, for lack of a better description, decloaks, and you see this long snake-like body with feathers and a large mouth. Looks sort of like a carp, with really big teeth in the front of it, and very large watery eyes on either side of the head. It looks straight at you, Jarl, and then where on the side of its face where it looks like it would be fins, they flip forward, and it screams in rage and charges you.
Awesome.
So, let's see. That'll be next round. No, that's actually this round. It didn't get an action. I let you have 2 actions. All right, so it's going to try and charge you. You're going to be at minus, if you choose to dodge, which I would strongly suggest doing, you're going to be at minus, never mind, it's not going to matter. You've got a 2 dex. This will be a third action,
Well,
minus 2d.
Let me ask a question. Instead of dodging, can I try to grab it and hug it,
No.
like ride it, Yeehaw Cowboy?
I'll allow you to go ahead and make a roll for it, but this is more of a reactive thing. You don't really have any more actions to do this round. So
No
at this
dodge,
point,
bring it.
it's a dodge at minus 1d.
So I'd be making a 1D dodge.
Correct. Hopefully it explodes, and you can spend character points on it.
All right, bring it. So now I make my dodge roll, right?
Yes. All right. Happy with that? You want to spend some character points, or do you want to save your character points and think, well, if I get hit, maybe I can spend character points on soaking the damage?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to save it for soaking.
Excellent. All right. It comes running forward, and it's just like a dart coming at you. And let's see if it is. Yes, it is definitely. Yeah, it's definitely going to hit. Go ahead and roll your strength for me. You're a pretty brawny guy. You might. All right. Happy with that? All right. 23. Happy with that?
Now I'm.
All right. It rams into you. You see it coming at you, and you sort of you. Okay. You block it. Narrate out how you block it, smacking you into a wall and throwing you into the chasm.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay. It does. It basically it hits you, but it does no damage. So narrate out to me how it does. How you block it, or keep it from like smacking you into a wall or bouncing you into the chasm.
Jesus.
All right, I tell you what, I'll help you out here.
I
You
got nothing.
you see it come and get ready to charge at you. Those fins flash forward. Its face is surrounded by these red fins, and it screams and charges at you. You see that there's no way that you can dodge this thing, so you sort of like lift one foot up and slam it on the ground. You reach down, you spit into your hands, and like rub them together, and like put all four hands out as though you're getting ready to receive a charge. This thing comes flying at you, and it's hit by blaster fire from somebody else, throwing off its trajectory just a little bit. Its attention is off from you, but it continues forward, and you use two of your forearms and push it out of the way, and it like comes back up and around and misses you.
All right.
How's that?
Good enough.
See, I'm in the zone tonight. Nobody else is, but I am. Bunch of fucking hacks that you guys are.
Hey,
All
I'm not even
right.
playing.
Yeah. All right, so that's what happens. Top of the order. Jarl, what are you doing? How many actions and what do you want to do, sir?
Blast it.
All right, one action.
One action.
Blow it. Shoot it. It's not that far away from you. I mean, it is fast, but it isn't currently like cloaked. So, I mean, it still has a really good dodge. Yeah, that's not going to hit, partner.
Yep.
All right,
That's what he
Trinket.
does.
Number of actions, and what's your first action? And by the way, the admiral at you guys is yelling, kind of like stops and looks behind you. But at that point, it had already like changed its trajectory and was heading for Jarl. So at this point, the admiral has pulled the throne onto this landing over here, and is trying to rewrap it so that it won't fall. All right, Trekka, number of actions, and what is your first?
Well, I'm not sure if this is two actions or not again. I was going to try and get up into like a crouching position and basically shoot again.
Okay. I will allow that as a free action to get from being on your belly to a knee and shooting, but bracing isn't going to give you any additional benefit. So one action, go ahead and roll it for me, please.
All right. I'm going to shoot at the thing again, and while I do it, I'm going to... Because I like the idea that he just kind of thinks he's in some kind...
Wow.
You okay?
Yep, just had a quick cough.
I'm back, it dropped me.
Oh, no big deal. All right, so roll to see if you hit.
All right, let me just... It closed roll 20 for me, so... All right.
No problem. Take your time.
While I'm shooting at it, nah, never mind. I'll just shoot it.
Okay.
I was gonna say something, but I forgot it.
All right. Happy with that roll?
Yeah.
All right. You miss.
I
Dax,
missed.
number of actions, and what's your first action?
One, shoot it.
That's right. You had aimed last time. Go ahead and make your blaster skill roll at plus 1d. Happy with that roll?
What the hell?
24?
Yeah.
Miss.
Oh my god.
I rolled a 36 for dodge.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. And with that 36 and its attack roll minus 1d. Holy crap. Two more people get flung into the chasm. Ah!
How many's left?
Not many. Like maybe 6 or 7.
No, we had that many.
Six or
There's close to
seven.
15 people here.
Wait, is that
15,
6 or
20.
7 other than the admiral and us?
Yeah, there was a total of about 15 to 20 some odd people on that shuttle.
Okay.
And where's the professor out of this whole scenario? Near that?
Nobody knows. No one's paying attention.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, meta mechanics. Meta. Stop it.
So Gerald's turn.
Actually, yes, it would be Jarl's turn. Number of actions, and what's your first action?
One action only.
Yes.
Running up. Well, I don't know if maybe two. Running up to the admiral
Okay.
and helping him lift and carry that bitch.
That'll be okay. You're gonna have to run through that arch and jump over the chasm to that area.
All right.
That's one action. I would suggest making that your only action this round.
All right.
Because go ahead and just go ahead and make a jumping roll, and if you don't have jumping, it defaults to strength.
Oh, I've got jumping, bitch.
I'm fucking jumping.
So.
Well, you got jumping climbing at 1d plus 1.
So
I'm not really sure how does 4 hands help you better jump.
Shut up.
I mean, I can see if. Well, no, wait a minute.
Mechanic discussion.
I'm just saying. I mean, I'll allow it, but at the end we'll discuss it because I'm gonna kick that out. I'm gonna kick it to the curb after this session.
He flaps his arms fast.
Yeah. All right.
Probably uses
So,
his
what's your
second
roll?
hand as an
I
action.
rolled it. It didn't go through. God damn it.
Well, then you fucked up somewhere, son.
1. There we go.
16. Happy with that roll?
Yep.
All right. You make it. So you kind of like, go over there and just do like this jump. All 4 arms spread out and land. Like on one knee and one hand on the far side, 2 hands on the ground, 2 outstretched. And you see the admiral sort of like not expecting it, sort of like flips over on his back across the throne underneath his back, looking back at you, a surprised look on his face, and which quickly passes as he sees it's you. Trekka, number of actions and your first action, please.
I think I'm just going to try and aim at the thing. Yeah, I think I'll just spend this round aiming.
All right, excellent. Dax, number of actions, first action, please.
1 action, shoot it.
Shoot it. Roll. 16, and this is a new round. It's the first time it's been shot at. Holy shit! No. Don't even spend a character point on it.
I wasn't.
My wild dice exploded again 3 times.
Oh.
I'm calling fixed.
You can call fixed all day long. When you go back and take a look at the video, you'll see what I rolled.
I don't
So-
mean you're lying. I mean the dice fixed in your favor.
Oh, the dice are fixed in my favor. All right. The thing sort of like moves around again, and at this point, Carva has gotten a number of the pirates together and is organizing them, and now they're making sort of combined action fire at the creature. They hit it 2 or 3 more times. It seems it stops. Again, does a little question mark in the air. Those flipper things or the fins come forward again. It makes another scream. Seems to res out of view and disappears. That's
So
your skill, guys.
It's gone?
You don't see it. You don't see a corpse either.
Jarl rushes up to help the captain or the admiral, whoever.
And he's like, "Here, give me a hand with this, so we can get it passed over to the other people. Come on."
And Jarl just leans forward, goes step aside with all 4 arms, and just picks it up.
Yep, I'm not even going to make you make a roll. It's dramatically appropriate. So there you go. You get it, and you sort of like, you're going to hurl it across the chasm to the other guys.
Don't.
What are you going to do?
Yep.
All right. Tell you what. I'm not even going to make you roll. It's plot appropriate. So you get it over there, and you like with a great effort, you're like, whoa, with all four arms, you throw it across the chasm. You know, the repulsors hold, giving you additional help to do it. There's about 3 or 4 pirates on the far side. You know, you sort of bowl them over throwing this, but they are able to get it, arrest its movement, and you stop, you turn back and look at the admiral, and he's just got a wolfish grin on his face. Like, this is awesome.
And then I'm smacking dirt off my hands like that clapping maneuver.
Mm-hmm.
Off all
And,
four hands.
you know, he makes his way forward towards you. He's got a big grin on his hand, and he sticks out a hand towards you. And he goes, Jarl, good man.
I take
You
his
can be
hand.
on my crew anytime.
Thank you, Captain. Or Admiral. Thank you, Admiral.
All right. And so you guys make your way across and over, and you know, there's, like I said, there's like maybe 8 or 9 of you guys left, and you guys are heading back with this thing on its repulsor skiff, and you guys make your way through the hallways. At the far end, Jarl, you notice that you guys are going down a particularly long hallway. At the far end, you see something whip on by. It looks like that creature you guys saw earlier. Sort of like snakes by at the edge of your vision in front of you.
All right. I pull up a hand and go, everybody hold on. I think I just saw that flying snake beastie again.
Okay.
Heads
All right.
up.
Could be its mate.
Yep. All right, and you do not see it come through again. What do you want to do?
Looks clear. And then keep on walking.
All right.
Monster out.
You guys are down the last hallway before you get back to that large antechamber. And you know, you guys you're feeling so much better. It's, you know, you can see light filtering through the holes in the ceiling, and you know, it's looking like things are going to be turning out pretty well. Just before you guys get into this antechamber, you hear a scream from behind you. You whip around and look, and something has wrapped itself around the last person in the line. You can only barely see the outlines of it. Looks like it might be that creature again. You hear a sickening snap, and then whatever it is takes off again in an opposite direction, is out of your field of vision, and the person, for a second, you see a person standing there, like an arm at an improper angle, chest caved in, sort of teeters for a minute and falls to the ground dead.
Where are we at this point?
You're in this antechamber up here. You're almost out of here.
Can we collapse the hallway behind us?
Maybe if you had explosives, or if you had enough concentrated blaster fire, maybe.
I'm going to suggest to the captain that whoever's left, we concentrate our firepower and collapse the hallway behind us.
Captain's like, good idea, and he starts, you know, giving commands for people. Go ahead, get this. Good. And, you know, he stops and he goes like, Admiral, you got more experience at this than I do. I'll help to get this. We'll get the throne out of here. Go ahead and get this taken care of. And the Admiral steps up and starts grabbing people and pointing at different places for them to shoot. Are you guys going to be taking part in this as well? Jarl, Trekka, Dax?
Dax will take part in it.
I'm one of the captain's men, so I'd probably try to stick with the throne.
Up to you.
Yeah, carry the throne.
All right. You guys continue on with the captain then. All right. You guys make concentrated fire. You're able to collapse the hallway. You know, it takes a bit of firing, you know, more than a couple of rounds. But you just pour blaster fire into it. You know, stone explodes and cracks. Dust flies everywhere. Small chunks of debris. There's a loud cracking noise, and the hallway collapses in on itself. A bunch of dust and debris sort of blows out the front of it through the mouth part, going on past you guys, momentarily blinding you. You know, you choke on the dust a little bit. People are coughing, you know, trying to rub the dust out of their eyes. You know, people are looking at each other. You know, tears running down their cheeks as they're trying, you know, as it's flushing that crap out. And everybody realizes that the hallway has collapsed, and a sort of a loud cheer goes up amongst the survivors. And people are coming over and they're thumping the admiral on the back, and just having just a quick celebration. Dax, what are you doing?
I pat the general on the shoulder and I say, "All right, let's go."
There's no generals in the Navy.
I said the admiral.
You said general.
I'm sorry. I apologize. It's late. I
Late.
pat the admiral on the shoulder and I, all right, let's go.
All right. Give me 1 second, guys.
Uh-oh. Well,
All right, you guys exit, and you are at the area right here, and you guys exit out into the afternoon light, and again that eerie silence sort of like descends on you. And Jarl, the first thing that you notice immediately is that there is probably several hundred of these black birds on
Tight spot.
branches,
Tight spot.
should we all
branches, buildings, on the ground to either side of the path that leads out, and they're not making any sound.
should we just move back up to page 2?
I point at their general location, and then look at the admiral, whoever's around that has control of the ship, the shuttle, and go. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't go out there. I got a bad feeling. Is there any way we can get the shuttle to land here?
Dax, no. That's why you had to trek in overland. Dax?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Jaro was asking, is there any way we can get the ship in here?
Well, I didn't realize we've caught up to them yet.
Yeah, everybody's. Yeah. I'm gonna say you guys caught up.
All right, I'm gonna
Double
evaluate.
timed.
But
Evaluate
you know
the
what?
area.
Let's give them a couple rounds to kind of like do something with this. So, at that point, you're asking the captain, correct, Jaro?
Yeah, the captain or the admiral.
Okay. Admiral's not with you. He's still down below.
All right.
So you ask the captain, and the captain's like, I don't know. I'm not the one that flew the ship in, nor did I take the sensor readings. That was Darsa and your friend Dax's job. Dax would have a better idea than I would. I certainly would not be opposed to that idea.
Yeah, I just don't take a look around. I don't think these birds are a good thing.
As long as they stay away, I don't care. All I care about at this point is the throne. I'm looking for a payday. One can't be a pirate always. All right, and at this time, the rest of you make your way up the stairs and out into the light, and you see the scene as described earlier. All those black creature bird things all around. A couple hundred of them just watching you.
Better get our blasters ready.
Okay, Dax, you still got your Twi'lek honey bunny?
All right, I want to evaluate the area to see if I can get the ship in.
Okay, looking at the map that was on the data pad, and that's not an exact representation, as well as the buildings and how their decay, you are not comfortable with the idea of bringing a ship in here.
All right, I inform
Especially
the
not
captain.
one the size of this. I mean, this is probably about the size of a Lambda or bigger.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a small shuttle.
I inform the captain that it's definitely not a good idea.
All right, well, it sounds to me like we've got some trekking through the jungle to do. And he stops and he looks back at the Admiral. Good job back there, by the way. And he just kind of like nods and smiles at him. And again, the Admiral's just got a big wolfish grin on his face. I mean, he spent 2 years trying to find this item, and now he has it, and it's right there. So, I mean, this, he is feeling really great. So, anyway, you guys are making your way through the jungle. Go ahead and go down to page 4 at this point.
Oh, okay.
And that's kind of like what it's looking like at this point as you guys are making your way through the jungle. And you guys get maybe an hour or so outside of the ruins, and you're starting to feel a little bit better, but that oppressive lack of sound is really starting to grate on everybody. And probably another hour of it. You're probably about half an hour or less away from the shuttle. And Jarl, Dax, and Trekka, I need you to go ahead and make perception rolls or search rolls again for me.
Okay. Bring up my sheet here again.
Douche, Jarl, rock on. Not so good for Dax. Dax blows baby chunks. Diuretic diapers.
Okay. Well, hang on. Let's see.
Not a good night for rolls for me.
All right. All right, Jarl, you were able to see this. You see a number, and I'm just going to throw this up on the table. You see a number of these things flitting about. Whoops.
The bird things? Oh.
Flitting around the trees.
Oh, he's cute. I want one.
Is that a lemur?
Jura will do what he did with the bird. He'll look at it and go on now, get!
Mm-hmm. All right, and as you're making your way through, and as you do that, hold on one sec.
Oh, it's got an icon now.
It's on.
We're screwed.
This is the new members of our party, and
Yeah, him and about 3 cousins pop out. The tree is not too far from you guys, and start throwing rocks at you.
They're showing affection.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
Fucking
they're going to go. Actually, Jarl, why don't you go ahead and roll me initiative? Nobody else gets to roll initiative. All right, Jarl, you're going to be able to go first. So what do you want to do? They are preparing to pepper you guys with rocks. What do you want to do? You have declare a number of actions and what you want to do for your first action.
I'm taking cover and shouting, shoot him, blast him.
All right, so you dive for cover, and they start peppering people with rocks. So let's see. No one is going to be able to dodge. So at this point, I need Dax. I need you to roll strength for me, and Trek, I need you to roll strength for me.
All right. But,
well, guys, it's been fun.
Yeah.
Man, you cry like a little girl, just so you know.
Really, we're gonna be taken out by midget monkeys? Is that what you think is gonna happen?
Well, if there's anything to be learned from Return of the Jedi, it's that rocks are evidently the best damn weapons in the galaxy.
Yes, they are. Happy with that roll, by the way, Trekka?
No, but I'm not going to spend character points on it.
All right, you're wounded.
Dang.
You are smacked in the head with a rock. It dazes you. You see stars behind your eyes. You have taken 1 wound, so go ahead and put a 1 on the red, and you will be at minus 1d to all your actions until you are healed.
Oh, wait, did we factor in my armor?
Yeah, you get a +1 versus. I'm sorry. You're running around a jungle in a vac suit.
I guess so.
Well, no, not guess so. Are you or are you not? Because it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But if you say you're doing it, I will allow it.
Well, all right. We'll just say I came with it initially, but once we stepped outside, I decided to leave it on the ship.
Whatever works. Also, that vac suit, I'm not sure if you took a look at the notes, the additional notes I put on it. In 0G, it is minus 1d physical and energy. In gravity, it's still minus 1d physical and energy, but it's minus 1d to all your dex skills as well, because it's made specifically for 0G.
Okay.
All right, so just make sure that you make a note of that. All right, so you're still hit, you're still wounded, you're still minus 1d to all your actions. All right, you guys may now roll your initiative, Dax and Trekka.
Okay.
Excellent. Oh, and I don't even have to change the order. All right, top of the order. Jarl, you are in cover as best you can find, and you're yelling at people, blast them! So this is your first action, or your first, declare the number of actions and what you want to do, sir.
I'm going to look around and see if I see where they're coming from or if there's any more of them.
Go ahead and make a search roll. Yep, there's more of them. They're flittering.
Jesus.
They're floating amongst the trees now. Some way up, some in front of you.
How far are we from the shuttle at this point?
About 20 minutes. How many actions, sir?
He's just 2. I'm going to shout out, hunker down, boys, here they come. And then I'm going to start blasting.
All right, that's a free action. So do you want to blast them twice or you blast them once?
Blast them twice.
Excellent. Go ahead and make a blaster skill roll at minus 1d.
Double checking my D again. Yep.
No, sir. You do not hit.
Okay.
All right. So, Trekka, number of actions, and what do you want to do, sir?
Well, I guess can I also dive for cover and try to return fire?
Sure. I'll say that you can dive for cover and make one action. So, that's what you're gonna do. Dive for cover and shoot once.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and make a blaster skill roll at your normal skill. I'm not gonna take a minus 1d at that. You're just diving for cover. No big deal.
All right. Okay, there it is.
Oh, that's gonna hit. Roll it.
All right. Prepare to die, you furry bastard.
Happy with that roll? Wow, you rolled crappy.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to add anything to it.
Okay. You hit one on its side, and there's sort of a flame kind of shoots out where you hit it, and it like falls to the ground. Dax,
cool.
number of actions, and what do you want to do, sir?
Dax dives for cover and shoots a blaster shot.
All right, same thing as for Trekka then. I'm just gonna allow you to dive for cover. Go ahead and make a blaster skill roll at regular skill.
Wow.
14 miss, sir.
Yeah.
All right. They are moving around. They're throwing more rocks. This is starting to hurt. Jarl, you're having a rock thrown at you. Do you want to trust your cover, or do you want to actually try and dodge?
Trust my cover.
All right, excellent. I was going to suggest that anyway. So, go ahead and roll 1d for your cover, please. All right, so that'd be you're still hit. All right, roll your strength. I don't think it's going to hurt you too bad. You got pretty good strength.
Come on. Come on. Thank you.
And just so you know, they just barely hit you. So, like a champ, you're smacked with a rock and it like bounces off a shoulder or something like that. It stings only. Dax, you're being a rock's being thrown at you. Trust your cover, or you're gonna try and dodge. Remember, it's gonna be minus 1d to your dodge.
I would say in this situation.
I'm sorry, Trekka. Same thing for both of you. You're both having rocks thrown at you. You can either trust to your cover and the range modifier, or you can actively dodge. And if you do dodge, it's at -1d. So what do you want to do, Trekka?
I'm tempted to trust in the cover.
Done. You're missed. Dax.
Dax would trust in the cover.
Done. Dax, you're missed. All right. At this time, the pirates are starting to rally, and they're starting to fire at these things. All right. They're starting to light up the trees around them. These monkey things are starting to make, or whatever you want to call them. They could be sentient for all you know. They could be some type of low-tech sentient race protecting the ruins. You don't know. But they're making more chittering and chittering noises. There seems to be quite a number of them. If you look up in the trees, and it just looks like just all the limbs above you are just shaking like crazy. All right, so top of the order, Jarl, what do you want to do?
Well, I got 2 actions to shoot.
Oh, well, go ahead and shoot a second one, please. 2D. Up, you smack it. In fact, that's going to be a spectacular success. I rolled so horribly. Go ahead and narrate out what you do to this poor little cute creature.
I shout, "I said get!" and I fire off a blaster bolt the second time around, and it hits one of them, sets it on fire, and it sort of falls back on fire and catches another one.
Excellent. Knocks another one off the
Trying to put out the fire on itself.
All right. Excellent. For 2 for 1. All right, Trekka, number of actions, and what's your first action, sir?
I guess just the one action. I'm going to... Are there still some around? Yeah, there are.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. I mean, the trees are just rippling like no one's biz.
Well, and we're still 20 minutes from the ship, right?
Yep.
All right, then I guess I'll just hang back behind my cover and continue firing. I'll just...
All right, number of times. How many times do you want to shoot? Once? Good.
Yeah, we'll just go with 1. Though, if I do try to shoot another time, does that incur a penalty?
Yes. Every action after the first is a -1d to all of your rolls.
Oh. Well.
So this round you're shooting once. That will hit. Go ahead and roll your damage. That's your damage?
Yeah.
Oh, you axe another one. Poof. And as soon as that one goes down, it seems like 2 more just pop right back up. And they continue to throw rocks at you. Dax, what are you doing?
1 action. Dax, realizing that this is futile because they're just going to keep coming, makes a break for the ship.
All right, so he said, fuck the rest of them.
Screw you guys, I'm going home.
Yep. All right, so at this point... Yep, Charles AFK. All right, so you make a break for it. You just make a break for it, right?
Yeah.
All right, because I mean it's a jungle, and you're just like they're all around you, so you're just looking to get away at this point. So, do me a favor, roll a d6. You know what? I'm gonna roll a d6. You tell me out or even.
Even.
All right, excellent. All right, so you make a break for it in a direction that you don't believe that these things are at to try and get away. I'm just gonna put you up here for now. All right, so again, they're throwing rocks at Jarl. Jarl fends them off. Trek, you fend them off. Oh, and Trek, did you take a -1d from all of your skills because you're wounded?
No.
Nope, you didn't, did you? Hello? Dave?
What?
California Dave?
Yeah?
Did you subtract -1d from all of your skill rolls because you're wounded?
Oh, I might have forgotten.
Yeah. Kind of important. We can remember that next time. We're not going to retcon it. All right. So, creatures continue to pelt things at you. Pirates continue to shoot back. Let's see. I am going to say, yeah, you guys don't see that. All right. So this goes on for. I mean, are you guys going to do anything more other than just kind of shoot at these guys?
I'm doing something different.
All right. Well, tell me what you're going to do.
Fed up with it, Gerald throws, god darn blaster, throws it on the ground, climbs up onto the limb where they're at, and just starts punching.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and narrate that out. Trek, what are you going to do?
I'm going to try and see if I can keep moving the throne down toward the ships.
Well, at this point, you told me you were jumping for cover and that you were returning fire, so you no longer are on the throne.
Well, is there a way I can get back to it and kind of push it along?
Nope,
or...
we're not going to retcon that.
All right. I just thought this was a new action.
Your action was to jump for cover and return fire.
Okay.
And, I mean, it doesn't make sense that, all of a sudden you go, I mean, unless you're breaking from cover and heading on back or looking for where it was at last or something like that, unless you're doing something other than combat, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me.
Okay.
You can convince me, though. I mean, go for it.
Can I maybe try and... are they surrounding us?
Okay, they're everywhere.
Huh.
They're up in the trees. They're jumping from limb to limb. Think about it this way, okay? It's a bunch of,
apes.
Yeah, it's a bunch of frickin' squirrels in trees running back and forth and jumping back and forth and throwing rocks at you.
All right. Well, then can I say, let's try to keep advancing toward the ships and then just try to...
Okay, again, you are not a commander.
All right, then
But
I
you
guess
can, but you can just say that if you want. I mean,
Stage of Ewoks.
I wanted to say that at least.
all right, well, you're yelling at people, let's move ahead, and you hear the admiral yell out, "Belay that! Return fire! Kill these little bastards! I'm not giving up this throne, not to them, not to anyone!" And they continue to lay down fire.
Then I guess I'll just continue to lay the smack down.
All right.
Or I guess the fire.
Excellent. All right. We're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna narrate this out because we're getting kind of close. And the outcome of this combat really doesn't matter. So, Jarl, you're going to climb up there, smack monkey boys around. Trekka, you are going to continue to lay down fire. Dax, you're running through the jungle. All right, Jarl, I need you to make a single brawling roll for me. And Trekka, I want you to make a single blaster skill roll for me at -1d. And based upon how good that roll is, you both are going to narrate out for me this combat, or the highlight of the combat. And this we're going to say that this total combat probably lasts, 15, 20 rounds before the little monkey primate tree bastards decide to leave. All right, so Jarl, go ahead and roll for me.
You said a running roll, right?
No, I said a brawling roll.
Brawling roll, okay.
All right. And you have a complication. So, you are going to be successful, Jarl, but something relating to your brawling and fighting with these little tree bastards went horribly wrong.
All right.
So when I come back to you and I ask you to narrate that out for you, go ahead and take that into consideration. Trekka, go ahead and roll a blaster skill at -1d.
All right, so that'll just be 4.
All right. That is an okay roll. All right. So during this combat, you do about average. You don't do anything particularly spectacular. If you want to narrate something out, that happens during that combat that's kind of cool, you can do so. I'm going to go back to Jarl and then finish up with you, okay?
Okay.
All right, heading back to you, Jarl. During this elongated combat, flitting around the trees, punching these little bastards in the face, You are successful, but some complication that goes horribly wrong for you happens. Narrate it out for me, please.
Jarl's on a horrible tear. He's just so frustrated. He's swinging wildly, hitting him, watching him fly everywhere, not paying attention. He gets a little overambitious and steps forward and slips on moss on the tree limb he's standing on and goes crashing hard to the ground.
All right, we will go ahead and give yourself a character point for that, and we will go ahead and handle what that fall looks like for you, okay? Heading back to you, Trekka. You want to narrate out something cool that happens for you during the combat?
All right, so he keeps firing. He probably gets one every third try or so. And as he does so, he picks up the ones that are fallen near to him and tries to create more partial cover around himself by piling them up.
Okay.
To create more cover and to kind of scare them away from him.
Sure. Sounds good. So you're grabbing downed bodies as best you can and like piling up in front of you to give you more cover and to be more fearsome, apparently.
Yeah.
All right. Good enough. Dax, I'm just going to tell you metamechanically you are running in the wrong direction and you are off trail. So narrate out your... I'm sorry, I said odd or even. You said even. I rolled a 1. So go ahead and narrate out for me your jungle trek. Throw in something cool if you want to. Otherwise, you're just running through the jungle, sort of lost.
I'm just running through the jungle lost.
All right, Jarl, approximately how far up do you think you were when you took that spill?
9 meters.
9 meters. All right, roll your strength for me, partner. You're going to soak this like a champ. Yep, you soak it like a champ. So basically what's going to happen is you land on a bush or something like that. You get like scraped up, banged up, couple of bruises. But the force, if you want to be knocked out for a little bit or stunned.
No. Not knocked out, just the wind knocked out of him.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, wind knocked out of you. Stars behind the eyes. Maybe a little bit of a bloody nose, but that's really about it. The force was definitely with you. I mean, you fell like 20 plus feet, buddy.
Yep.
And walked away from it. So there you guys are. Now, the monkeys are these what I call them tree bastards. Are now running, and they're like running all off in opposite directions, but they're running away from the trail, up in the trees. And their skittering noises and stuff like that are fading away in the distance. Jarl, you look around and I'm sorry, you wouldn't actually notice this right away. I mean, you just got the shit knocked out of you. You just fell like 2 stories. Yep. And Trekka, you're sort of taking in, the admiral is going around, finding out what people are here, who is wounded, and stuff like that. So, what do you want to do at this point, Trekka and Jarl?
I'm getting back up and following after Dax, who took off running towards the ship.
Well,
you pretty much lost your shit and climbed a tree to go beat up tree bastards. So if you take time to go off and take a look, and I'm not gonna make you roll for it, but I mean if you say I'm not seeing Dax, that makes sense to me. But knowing that he ran off into the jungle, probably not so much.
All right.
I mean, you could probably say something like, I'm assuming he ran for the ship. You can go that route.
I'm gonna head in the general direction of the shuttle.
All right. What about everybody else?
I'm going to go, come on, boys, and head in the general direction of the shuttle.
All right, and the Admiral, again, is still getting all his people together and making sure that, people are properly taken care of for their wounds and stuff like that before heading back. and he says that to you. Strength in numbers is probably the best way to go. I don't think I'd be going off in the jungle by myself if I were you.
All right, well, then Gerald turns back around and goes, all right, then sits down on a log and stares at everybody.
Oh, will you stop it? Quit being a baby.
There's nothing he can do, so he's going to wait for everybody.
Don't be pouty about it. Well, you can be pouty. I mean, it is late for you. I mean, it's almost like 10:30 your time, so you're going to turn into a pumpkin, right?
Very soon.
All right,
At least a squash.
A squash, a rutabaga, a roosterbaga. There we go. All right. So anyway, in pretty short order, Dax, you realize that you are lost. And you know what? You've had enough survival training to know that you need to stop where you're at right now and stop running.
Okay.
You stop and you look around, and again, that eerie silence just goes over you like a wave. I mean, and now that you're by yourself and there's not even the sound of other people's clothes moving or breathing or people moving around or trivial bits of conversation taking place, I mean, it's just the total silence or absence of sound other than natural occurring ones is really wow. So what do you want to do, sir? Cut out on me, Dax.
Sorry, I apologize. This is a stupid button.
all good.
Head back in the direction I came from.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and make a survival roll for me? If you don't have it, I do believe that survival is knowledge. And we're going to do this one time, and based upon what it is, narrate out what happens or does not happen. All right, 16 is pretty good. It's going to take you a while to get back. Now, you do know that you have a comm link.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you want to use that, you're certainly more than welcome to do so. I mean, no one else knows where you're at. You took off. And quite honestly, you're not even really sure what direction you headed off in. Excuse me.
I'm going to hit up Joel.
All right. You contact him on his BlackBerry.
Beep, beep.
Jarl, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of got lost out in the woods somewhere. I'm heading back your way.
All right, I'll inform the admiral.
Okay. About that time, probably about 5 minutes later, you see Jarrett, the admiral, stand up, and he has a panicked look on his face, and he begins to look around, and he's starting to. He almost has like panic in his voice. No, 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 no! Where is it? Where is he? Where is that bastard? And he's looking around, and Jarl, you realize that the captain, the Shistavan, the skiff, the throne, and 2 or 3 of the party are gone.
Of course.
And the admiral is panicky, and he looks as though he is in a rage, and he grabs his people, even those that have been slightly wounded, pulls them up off their feet and goes, "Let's go, now, let's move!" And about that time, Dax, you break out from the jungle and come into the middle of this, and Jarl, Dax, what are you guys going to do? Trek, what are you doing?
Well, I thought I was getting my head looked at.
Okay. It's
where
been looked at. You're 100% healed up now.
All right. I'm with the admiral, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, I guess I'll charge off toward the ship, or I guess I'll.
Well, the captain has left you high and dry.
Racing off to where?
Well, I guess I'll So look around, see the shipmates are gone, the captain's gone. I'll go.
I would say that there's probably one or two of the captain's men are still here, and a third one who is wounded. And the rest of them are the admiral's men.
I guess I'll rally what's left of the captain's men if I can.
Right, which is he's already doing that. You know, he's already pulling people up off the ground and pushing them on down the trail. And you know, at this point, Jarl, you're pretty much ignored. Dax, you're pretty much ignored. The admiral pulls out his two blaster pistols, and you see him start running down the trail like a madman, screaming at the top of his lungs. You know, what the heck is his name? Gabbett, you bastard! Don't think you can get away from me on this. I'll find you, and you'll burn in hell! And he's off and running. What do you guys want to do?
I say, well, come on. It's either fight our way out or just stay here and get ditched.
Well, the admiral's ahead. The men are following him. Jarl, Trek, Dax, what do you guys want to do?
Hold on,
Dax is running.
I'm a little confused.
Okay,
So we were heading on a forced march towards the shuttle.
correct.
Is that the direction the admiral is run in?
You believe so.
Okay, then yes, I'm running after the admiral towards the ship.
And the rest of the people. Okay, I figured as much, but I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know if you guys were like, well, you know, not my fucking problem. All right, Dax, what are you doing? You came into the middle of this, and you see the admiral rallying people, screaming at them, and go tearing off into the jungle.
And I said Dax follows.
Okay, so Dax follows, Trekka follows. Okay, so everybody's going through there. All right, you guys are not going to have to make stamina rolls or anything of that nature. You know, after about 15 minutes of running, you know, you've got a burning in the back of your throat. You've got this smell of burnt rubber that you just can't get out of your nostrils. That seems to almost permeate even your clothes as you're making your way through there. And again, the silence is oppressive. The only thing you hear is the thunderous thumping of your heart as you're running through the jungle, your heavy breathing, the slapping of fronds and leaves as they smack you in the face and arms as you're running through the jungle. And constantly in the distance, you hear the admiral screaming at his men to follow him, and you know, just screaming all kinds of really bad curses at Gabbett. You guys continue to follow, and you break into the clearing that we had at the very beginning with the that strange like creek and things of that nature, and you see that the shuttle is buttoned up, and the admiral is standing down. He's squared off, and he's like popping off shots, and they're bouncing off of the canopy, and the ship is starting to raise up on its repulsor field, and you can see the captain through the front view screen area, looking down with a look of triumph in his face, great big huge smile splitting his face, almost making it look like a skull. And the ship gently comes up, spins around, and takes off up into the atmosphere and is gone. You have been abandoned. What do you guys want to do? And at this point, you see the admiral sort of stop as he sees the ship taking off, and his hands kind of just fall to his side, and he goes down to his knees. Carva comes up behind him, resting a hand on his shoulder.
That was the only shuttle, huh?
Don't do it, Jarl. It's not
I ain't
worth.
starving.
I'm not letting those little monkey bastards eat me. All right, guys. What are you going to do? That's your scene.
Seriously? That's our scene?
That's your scene.
You're not calling that a fade to black?
No. I've got like another 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, and we're done.
You know you want to pull the trigger.
All right.
I'll fire up the ship.
Well, the ship's gone.
That was the only shuttle?
That was the only shuttle. So you guys are there, trapped on the planet, probably going to be left behind. And at this point, you realize that Umben isn't with you. Because he is an old Thorian, and everybody just went charging off in the jungle without him. And you guys head back, and you find him shuffling down the trail, a game trail if you want, or whatever. And he seems a bit shaky. He has a swollen eye. You ask him about it, and he explains how the captain had assaulted him when you guys were being attacked by the tree bastards, and how he demanded that he give him his data pad, which had the navigation sequence for exiting the Delmorta Straits, so that with that information he can navigate that shuttle out of the nebula. So as you guys are doing that, you guys you help Umben back to the clearing. There's just sort of a pall over everyone, and all of a sudden the admiral's comm starts chirping at him, and he's like, "Huh?" And he pulls it out, and it is the ship has contacted them and asked them what is going on, that they had a shuttle blast off from the planet and head for parts unknown and not dock with the ship. And, where's the captain? And the admiral explains how he betrayed everyone and stole the throne for himself. And basically he's gonna escape. And about that time, you guys see a small explosion in the sky, and you guys are like, "What the heck is that?" And the person on the comlink tells the admiral that it was the shuttle had just exploded in space, that it had gone on an improper trajectory, had gotten pulled into a magnetic eddy, and was destroyed.
Serves that bastard right.
Which is kind of strange, because you're like, wait a minute, didn't he have the proper coordinates to navigate those? And you stop and you look back at Umben, and he looks at you and he pulls a data crystal out of his pocket and he says, "Always keep 2 copies," shrugs, and walks away.
To where?
Just walks.
It's a dramatic walk away.
It's just a dramatic walk into. It's just walk to fade.
All right,
So,
I won't ruin it for him then.
all right. So what they do is the admiral negotiates them coming down. You basically take over for him. You continue to work for the pirates. You still recognize me as admiral. I'll pay you to come down and get me. They send down another shuttle, pick you guys up, and take you up. And you navigate out of the nebula. You get back to the pirate area. The admiral, good to his word, either repairs your ship or gives you a different one, whichever one you guys would prefer. You probably want your ship back, right?
I want my ship.
All right. They spend a couple of days repairing it, and he says he wish it would have ended better, and but he's fulfilling his end of the agreement. Your ship has been repaired, and you're free to go. Trek, if you want to leave at this time, you probably can too, because your vow to the captain no longer applies.
Oh, it would be nice to trounce around the galaxy again. All right.
All right. So the ship, you guys get into your ship. You head out of there. Head back out. You see the admiral's ship behind him. The previous captain's ship nestled up next to it. You guys come back and around, come back over the top of that ship, and enter into hyperspace. It doesn't go to black and credits. It goes to a fade to and an epilogue. It pans into the nebula. Above the planet, you see debris of a shuttle. And you see some stuff moving around, debris and stuff of that nature, and the camera pans in closer and closer, and there's something shiny. And you see floating in space from behind, it's the Latinum throne. And it's floating in space with the sun and the nebula colors reflecting off of its shiny surface. The many-colored magnetic eddies reflecting. The sun glows behind it, making it hard to see other than the outline. And the camera pans in closer and closer, and sitting on the throne is a figure. Closer and closer, the camera pans in. The features become clear. It's a vac suit, and a man sits on the chair screaming, and no one can hear him. And it's Gabbett, with no hope of being saved. And then we cut to black.
Son bitch stole my vac suit.
Dark, but nice.
All right, guys. Any questions about the story that I can elaborate on, or perhaps explain that didn't make sense?
I don't have any questions.
All right. Any questions about mechanics this evening? Was there a question about mechanics or how we did something, or suggestions or ideas about mechanics?
Nope.
All right, crickets yet again. All right, Jarl, visiting your jumping, climbing.
Uh-huh.
Do you really think that makes sense at all to give a bonus to jumping because you got 4 arms?
Well, no, but it's a combined skill with climbing. So.
Well, I mean,
I keep assuming he's second hands might give him the leverage to push it up as well.
See, unlike any of the other skills there, Don, if you look at the book, it has climbing / jumping.
Right, they have the same thing for computer programming and repair.
Right. So I'm okay with not getting the +1d +1 for jumping.
Right.
But climbing, definitely.
Oh, climbing and brawling both. I definitely agree with you that you should continue to have those. I think that, just sort of like a table rule, that it just doesn't make a lot of sense for jumping, though.
Right. And actually, I would, to me, it seems like it's not put in the right place either, because it should basically say 4d +2 is climbing / swimming. Because having 4 arms to move through water makes sense for swimming.
I agree, but I want to keep it. When you get bonuses like that, I want to keep it down to 2 skills, not 3, not 4 skills. You know what I mean? So if you're getting a bonus for brawling and you're getting a bonus for climbing, I don't want to give you an additional bonus on top of it for swimming, even though it makes perfect sense for your species. I don't know. I'm not even really concerned about those, because those all, are sort of more plot-driven kind of things. But the mechanic end of it, of the one that didn't make a lot of sense to me, which was the whole jumping one, and that's all I wanted to address with that. All right. How'd I do tonight, guys? Lay it on me.
I liked it.
If I did crappy, tell me where I was crappy, and why I was crappy.
I just want to say that I had a great time tonight.
Well,
It's fucking awesome, dude.
You can tell me how you dealt with MediaCom after I'm done with this. So, all right, guys, how'd I do? Lay it on me. I'm asking. Constructive criticism, please.
I think it was good, but I think our options were a little limited tonight, which is
Okay.
why you had a bit of a dead room from normally me and Jarl are very mouthy, and I think our options were just a little limited.
Yeah, because there was only 3 of you.
Could be our fault too, though. So
I had problems tonight with understanding what the options were, being able to identify a clear kind of option of what to do.
yeah, that's what I meant. That's
Yeah.
how.
What could I have done differently then, guys?
I don't know. I mean,
What could I have done as a game master that could have helped you with that? What could I have done to make it?
Give us a breadcrumb, I would say, just as an example, and I don't know that this would have made it any better, but the scene where we're basically the serpent, cloaked serpent shows up.
Uh-huh.
Just I don't know. Maybe you did it. Maybe you did as well. Mention that you see a shift in movement around you, and then somebody goes, "Oh!" over the side. So we kind of have an idea that there's a creature that's doing it. But I think you kind of did that. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
I'm sorry, that broke up. I think my browser locked up a little bit. All I heard was something about when the snake creature thing showed up, and then
Yeah,
nothing until.
I would just say, just give us like a plot breadcrumb clue
Okay.
in the narrative when you're describing it as to what we could do.
Okay.
Like a hint. I don't know. And I don't know that would have made a difference tonight either.
It took 2 guys to get knocked out before you realized the snake dude was there.
Well, they were extras, and it was dramatically appropriate to send them to their death.
Yeah, I got the point of that where the thing was very stealthy. So,
Yeah.
what was the point of the silence?
I don't know. That was ask Jared.
I just thought it would be cool and spooky.
There you go. It was meant to be spooky. What'd you guys think of those bird creatures?
Those were pretty cool.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what I was going to do with them, but I just thought I'd keep throwing them in there and just see, if anybody would just freak out. There was a reason for them, and there's a lot more. I mean, there's a lot more that can be going on this planet. I mean, there's a lot with this location that can be done. I mean, you have an ancient civilization that's gone. There's a mystery of that. There's the tie-in with the cloak. There's the tie-in with the Bendu Jedi. There is essentially a small ship graveyard that if you guys can figure out how to, safely enter and exit that magnetic eddy, you have access to whatever's on those ships. There's a mystery there as well. And there's a lot in this setting, I think, that could be used at a later time. At least
They're
I
still
do.
getting the cloak right.
All right, so guys kind of felt it was like railroady. Felt like you didn't have enough options.
No, it was too sandboxy, if anything. It was, here's a bunch of shit that's going on. What do you do?
Yeah, I didn't feel railroaded at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say it's the opposite. Like, I would say it was. I had the opposite experience of the railroad.
I guess it's like there's really not much we could have done. We're kind of already in the temple in the middle of East Jesus nowhere. But once we get back out into the galaxy, now that we're out on the ship again, it seems more appropriate to be.
Okay.
More
And Jared, just so that we're both using the same terms, when you use the word sandboxy, what are you meaning when you say that?
When I use the term sandbox, I mean it's a completely open world.
Okay.
Where you're dropped in it and you get to decide what direction you go and where you go, what direction to take.
Okay.
With a railroad, I mean that the tracks are laid down obviously in front of you.
Right. And so you felt tonight was sandboxy, and that's not a good thing.
Right. It was like vapor lock for me because you would describe a scene and I'm like, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do, no inkling of what I should or am supposed to do. I've just
Okay.
been given a world of choices.
So
Well,
it felt too loosey goosey for you.
well, it depends. Like I'm saying, if we're back out in the galaxy, it's a more appropriate approach. But like back in the jungle, it was our options were only either to follow the admiral or just stay there and get left behind. You know?
Mm-hmm. All right. So Jared, you felt that it was too loosey goosey, that it didn't have enough direction.
Yeah,
You're,
Okay.
you're still live.
Yeah, I know. I want all
yeah.
this recorded anyway.
It wasn't the choices that I could make were not obvious to me, is what I will say.
Okay.
I don't know if that's
Right.
it's too sandboxy or it's too railroady. Um, Maybe I'm not paying full attention. I don't know, but tonight in multiple situations, I'm like, I have no idea where to begin
Okay.
to decide on an action to take.
New York Dave, your thoughts on it?
I'm gonna go with Jared too, because there was a lot of times where I was just stumped. I didn't know what to do,
Okay.
and I tried really hard not to sit there quiet or anything, and I didn't know what to do.
All right. And California Dave?
Well, I'll admit I was stumped too, but there's nothing particularly wrong with that.
Okay. Now let me ask you guys this as a group. All right. What do you think you could do, or you would suggest to have made this better? I mean, we've taken a look at it, and you said, okay, well, didn't really like this, didn't really like that. How would you guys fix it?
All right, first off, don't say didn't like or anything like that. I thought it was a very interesting storyline.
Okay.
The
Sorry. I
story the
didn't mean to
story
put
was
words in your
good
name.
and all that. It's just that I didn't know what to do. It's plain and simple. It's not that I didn't enjoy it. I did not have a bad night. Um, I didn't dislike it. It was interesting. I was curious about a lot of things, but there were certain situations where, we have a whole bunch of red shirts and the admiral and the other guy and the captain's in charge, and we got to go through him. And it was just like, well, what do we do? Do we help them with this? Do we stay here and do that?
Do you think that maybe the NPCs were too central to the story?
That's a possibility.
Well, it looked like it because all you can do is really listen to the captain or admiral.
Yeah, I
And
think
every time Trekar do wanted to do something with the men, it overlooked it because the admiral was like, no, the admiral's got it, and kind of blocked his Trekar's
Right.
way.
Well, I mean, the thing with Trekka that I was trying to make the point of was, I mean, he was basically a hired gun. He was not a person of rank. He was not a commander of men, or not at least recognized as a commander of men on that ship. And so when he's going off and saying, well, you go over here and do this, and you go off and do that, why would they listen to him? That was the point I was trying to get across. It wasn't that I
oh,
was
that
trying.
point that point came across. I think well, at least you were making it.
I was trying to, and I was trying to make it so it made sense. I was really trying not to limit people's choices, but I also was trying to get it so that they made sense. But anyway, so no one really has any real suggestions on how they would make it better then.
If you were to run
really.
this adventure again,
Mhm.
and I were to play it again in the same situation, I would say skip right to the point of us being in the nebula. Have that glorious thing that the captains and the admiral do together happen as the introduction to it.
Oh, that big battle?
Where they were like, this is a maneuver they've practiced before.
Oh, okay. Yep.
I would start with that from the NPC point of view, running it just like that. If we're on the bridge, it doesn't make sense that we shouldn't be taking orders from the captain or admiral. So
Would you
instead
not
of what
take
do you want to
orders?
do, the captain turns around, looks at you, says, "You man the sensors, you do this or do that." I think would be a more logical. Well, I don't know about logical, but more scene appropriate
Right.
if you want
More,
to go
more.
to that level. But I would have the captain, have the admiral stay aboard the ship, have the captain send us down, and then put one of the characters in charge of a group of men, and have two separate ruins, maybe where they go to one and the adventurers go to another, and
Okay.
then have everything happen there. Have the NPCs still get killed, but the actual PCs are in charge of the NPCs.
I think another thing that I would probably do is the way that I could get you guys into those spots on the bridge is that when it hits that magnetic eddy and the ship is damaged, perhaps people were injured on the bridge, and you would have to take over those spots. That makes sense.
Yeah, just something like that.
But we also had the the deficit or issue that we're dealing with was the introduction of a new character, which is always a pain in the ass, especially in the middle of an adventure.
And missing 2 characters.
And
Yeah.
missing 2 characters. Yeah, that sort of made it hard as well. We were working with almost half our people.
Like I said, with
Well-
that whole sensor thing, I normally would have turned to Meep, but I didn't have Meep.
Yep. All right. Well, I thought things went pretty good. I felt it was more railroady. You guys felt it was more sandboxy. You guys pointed out some really good things tonight, and I do appreciate it. I consider all of it constructive criticism. I am not. I wish I'd done a better job. I am glad that people were entertained. I ask these questions at the end of every session so that I can gauge, what I'm doing. If I've done something different, like tonight, I gave you guys a lot more chances to narrate out interludes and stuff like that because I wanted to see how that would work out. I think I don't think I've decided how I like it or not. I don't know. I liked it, but I don't know if you guys liked it.
I liked it.
I liked it.
Okay. And I mean, other than that, I mean, I would chalk it up as a success.
Yes.
Again, I guess I just wish I knew how I could improve on it. I think I need to go back and take a look at the structure of the adventure and perhaps streamline it or change some of the stuff so that it just makes better sense for the characters. Honestly, in hindsight, and even while we're doing the adventure, I kept feeling as though the PCs were being outshone by the NPCs because you had you had some fairly significant big personalities and some social stuff that was going on. There was the social stuff that was going on between the captain and the admiral. There was the social stuff that was going on between the captain and the admiral's first mate. The Shistavanen got lost in the mix.
So did the girl.
Yeah, so did I mean, you got don't worry, you got some loving.
No, not that one. The admiral's second in command.
Yeah, that's Carva. She had
Carver,
there was
she
like
got
this-
lost in it too.
Yeah, she and the captain had some type of history as well. And then there was the whole thing between the captain and the admiral that never even got addressed, which
I'm
was
pretty much thinking that they were Imperial.
they. Oh yeah, absolutely. They were both Imperial officers and worked on the same ship. And they both fell into piracy.
Yeah, I picked up on your little clues there.
Yeah, for different reasons. I mean, I almost feel like I think what the adventure suffered from was an issue of structure, number one, not making the PCs the focus as much as I should have, the introduction of a new character, being down 2 people in the party. And I also think there was too many big personality NPCs, and the players were sort of lost
Yeah,
between them.
yeah. If you think about it from a movie perspective,
Mm-hmm.
the admiral and the captain, you basically threw us in the room with Vader and the Emperor, and when they're in the room, who's going to pay attention to anybody else?
Yep. So I
Nobody
mean,
looks at the stormtroopers. So
yeah. So
Hey,
I think that the adventure itself is a solid idea. I think the setting is a great setting.
yep,
I think where it falls apart is too many big personalities and the characters not being the main characters. I mean, the main actors like they should be.
yeah.
All right. Well, anything else anybody wants to add in? Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and stop the broadcast.
Character points.
So,
Yeah, everybody gets. So I will give 5 to Trekka, and I will give 10 to everybody else.
Oh, cool. So how much do I have in total?
I don't know.
10.
How
If
many
you add
character
the
points did
5.
you spend tonight?
None.
Well, then you have 10.
Oh,
Can't fit them in there.
awesome.
All right, then, guys. I'm going to go ahead and stop the broadcast, and we can chat for a little bit if you like.